Mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Check mic. Check talent fee. Is the talent fee working today? Is it? And who's it working for? Because it ain't working for the Red Raiders, I'll tell you that much. They're down by 2. Well, down by 2 scores to the Sam Levitt comeback arc. And not only that, but Levitt's got the ball still. Uh-oh. The talent fee also isn't working for Memphis. They jumped into the rankings for one time in their lives, and already they're falling apart and dying at the seams. To a coachless UAB. A one without... Turns out, all you got to do is drop a head coach, and suddenly your team can do a thing again. Very cool stuff. Arkansas just scored a touchdown on A&M. Potentially going to try and tie up the ball game before the end of the half against Texas A&M. Talent fee ain't working all that well for them either. Virginia down to Washington State. 7-0. That game just started. Talent fee clearly ain't working for them. But you know who the talent fee really isn't working for? You want to know who it really isn't working for? There's only one answer to such a question. And I've got it right here.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
That man is wanted across every single area in the state of Louisiana. Poor old BK. He did not have it his way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, thank you for tuning in tonight. We're going to get started here very shortly. If you're a Twitch viewer, just so happens I started streaming on Twitch starting yesterday, and we're going to see how that pans out. So we're going to stay tuned for more. We're going to find out all about it. Multi-streaming for the first time ever here on Squidtard Sports. So you guys stay tuned, and we'll be right with you in just a few minutes.
sitting here again talking about the same things. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different
Here
leagues.
again
Might as well be in
talking
different
about
leagues,
the
not
same
conferences, different
things.
leagues.
We're sitting here again
Might as well be in different leagues, not
talking about
conferences,
the
different
same
leagues.
things.
Roll back, what? Fuck you!
Colonel Reb is crying in his Confederate handkerchief. Colonel Reb is crying, he needs some real relief. He asked Coach Orgeron, can you save us from this dread? Coach O rips his shirt off, and this is what he says.
Football! Football!
Oh, I bet LSU is missing that man. I think we can all agree on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time to go ahead and get started. I think we can all agree on that. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome to another fantastic Squidtard live stream. Glad to see all of you guys in here, both on YouTube and on Twitch. This is my first time multi-streaming here on Squidtard Sports, so if we have any technical difficulties or anything of the sort, just try and bear with me through it. I appreciate all of you guys being in here. Nonetheless, for third Saturday in October, Tennessee versus Alabama in Tuscaloosa. For last time Tennessee went and beat them was all the way back in 2003. That was the last time Tennessee beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. And if you want to know something else, the last time we went beat ranked Alabama in Tuscaloosa goes all the way back to the turn of the century, 1999. That was the last time we beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa when they were a ranked team. So we got a lot of streak to break tonight. Got a lot of football to talk about. Got a lot of that going on. Appreciate all of y'all for being in here, though. As always, you're all phenomenal people, and I appreciate it. Let me do roll call real quick. I've got so many people to check in on, and I'm having a hard time doing it because there's a lot going on right now. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. There is a lot going on, and I'm going to try and pay attention to both chats, both on YouTube and on Twitch, and make sure that I don't miss anything. In fact, let me just for precautionary measures, let me go ahead and pull this up on Twitch as well, just so I can make sure I've got that one in check as well. Okay, here it is. We did have two new followers, Jiffy013 and Biggles Wiggles of the Lands. Appreciate you guys for following on Twitch. Yeah, I didn't expect many people to be on there. That's literally, I started my Twitch 2 days ago, so and a lot of people are already in protest of Twitch because of recent events, so that doesn't help either. But I do it for streaming purposes. I do it to interact with you guys, and that's all there is to it. So appreciate y'all for being on here, whether you're both on YouTube and Twitch or anywhere else. Let's see, we got I'm just gonna go through and see which names I find. Holcatron66, fellow channel member, good to see you, buddy. Mr. Pink, not JFKH, Electro85, Misfortune Dark, Tenorhorn, Jacob Baker, CH16 Prods, Tenorhorn, Alutron, King C21. I feel bad for Wisconsin fans. Tough, they deserve better. No, Wisconsin's absolutely terrible. There are a lot of teams that really outright embarrassed themselves today. And we can joke all we want to about LSU and Ole Miss, but there are some teams that are in absolute shambles right now. And we're gonna have some. My guess is that we're gonna see more heads roll tomorrow. That's my guess. And if I had to choose two right now, which I think are absolutely gone without a doubt in my mind, Luke Fickell and Bill O'Brien. Both of them made absolute clowns of themselves today. Because, well, for one, any team in the Power Four that loses to UConn in any capacity is already bad on its own. But Boston College is 1-6. They are 1-6. Literally one of the worst teams in the Power 5 right now, the Power 4. I mean, they're absolutely terrible. They are a mess all over the place. JSoFireX, appreciate the follow on Twitch, buddy. But yeah, no, they are. I mean, they are. They are a flat-out mess this season. I mean, and Wisconsin's terrible too. Don't get me wrong; they're not much better. They're 2-5. They're not good either. We're gonna be hearing a lot of the "all right" tonight, so get ready for that. But yeah, Wisconsin lost 34-0 to Ohio State. Their offense is an absolute shambles. Julian, the Super Saiyan, did whatever he wanted to and more on that defense. Luke Fickell, his day. This is probably his final day as the Wisconsin head coach. I'd be surprised if he still had a job past this point. I'd like to keep tabs on this Memphis game. It's a one-score game. Memphis driving down the field, down by a touchdown with less than 2 minutes left to go. This is pretty much their final gambit to keep their playoff hopes alive. And if they blow it, there's not going to be many G5 contenders left, and it's probably going to be somewhere between South Florida and South Florida, and maybe a little bit of South Florida. I don't know. Same with Texas Tech. I mean, credit to Arizona State. They're putting up a hell of a fight here. Sam Levitt, the comeback arc that he had, you know, this is going pretty well for him because last week was an absolutely abysmal performance by Jeff Sims. Yeah, that's the thing. If Sam Levitt gets hurt in any capacity, Arizona State their season literally ends right there because Jeff Sims is absolutely terrible. That was almost a pick right there. Baron Morton is, I don't know what he's doing, and I don't know. I mean, the Texas Tech offense is really not. I mean, they're good. They've got a lot of key pieces, but they're not the best. They're not like Texas Tech doesn't have an elite offense. They've got a decent offense backed in with a title-winning defense. That's what they've got. But I take it back. That's not Baron Morton. My bad. That's Will Hammond. That was Will Hammond on that one. I can't figure out. I guess that's part of the reason why Tech's offense is as slow as it's been all day. Is because they've been doing this quarterback hokey pokey all season. Sometimes they'll start Morton, and I think isn't Morton injured. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but isn't Morton hurt? You've grown a beard, kinda, a little bit. Obase 2002, appreciate the $5 super chat, man. He says my Orange will probably die against Pitt tonight, but at least they're not Boston College. Yeah, Boston College is the worst team in the ACC, and they're potentially the worst team in the Power 5 or Power 4. They're right there with them. If there's any contenders for it, that's one of them right there. Now let me go ahead and pull up this Alabama game because it doesn't start for another however many minutes, but I want to go ahead and make sure that I've got that pulled up. Electro 851, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Wisconsin hasn't scored in 111 straight quarters. That can't be right. You mean scored a touchdown? 111 straight quarters. That's got to be a typo. You're trolling. Got to be. That's ridiculous. UNLV got ran over by the Blue Horsies. Long live development. Your Clown of the Week nominee. Yeah, I didn't even mention that, but yeah, no, UNLV. I knew that was coming. It's kind of like an Iowa State situation. Obviously, Iowa State is a way better team than UNLV, but the Rebs have been basically playing around with all of their competition, so I literally knew that was going to happen, that they were going to collapse somewhere along the way, and I had a feeling it was going to be tonight against Boise. Maddox the Madman finally decided he was going to pop off today, and he chose a great day to do it. Eliminated a fraud in the process. Good old Development Dan. Florida might need a new head coach pretty soon. They've been talking about Billy Napier. They've been talking about it getting fired regardless of what happens tonight, whether or not he wins or loses. And it would be funny to me, depending on what happens. Could you remove my YouTube mod and by chance you? Well, if you're a mod on YouTube, then you're a mod on Twitch. So let me go ahead and fix that. How do I make you a mod? I don't know how to do anything on Twitch. You're going to have to guide me through this. I legitimately do not know how to do anything on Twitch.
Down.
Again, this is
Anytime you put
my
a
second
lot
day
of the
running
attention
this,
on Jeremiah Smith, Cornell Tate's going to eat.
One of those guys,
Good
right?
Lord,
like,
let me
we saw this
mute.
with Abuka last
Oh my
year.
goodness.
Playing the number.
Dadgum YouTube TV, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of like me. I play the number 2 behind you, so anytime you're in the number 2 position, you got to eat sometime. Safe to say you got.
Yeah, I legitimately do not know how to do anything on Twitch. I'm gonna miss your Billy Napier voice line. Well, something tells me he's not done coaching. He just might be. He's just gonna be on a different team. I don't think he's gonna be a head coach, depending on how things run. But he'll at least still be around. Mr. Coolface25, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I know. I decided to jump over to Twitch, and part of the reason is because, for those of you who don't know, a lot of you don't know, I started recently gaming over on Squidtard, my main channel, and I wanted somewhere else to stream that, and I guess a lot of people are recommending that I jump on Twitch as well to get a little bit more publicity there, because that's where gaming streamers go. That's the main hub for game streams is Twitch. So I was like, you know what? All right, I'm going to do it. So now I'm multi-streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, and I have no idea how to do anything at all. But I'm going to try my absolute hardest to figure out if there's anything I can do.
Alabama's right there. Isn't it amazing? After week 1, Florida State, how they look. We said, man, Alabama's gone. I mean, people are trying to win the lottery to pay the buyout for Caleb DeBoer, and now they're one of the top teams in America.
Is there anything I can do to make you a mod? I don't understand how. I don't know how to make people on Twitch mods. You're gonna have to walk me through that. I legitimately do not know. Yeah, watch how you can get like one curse where you get banned on Twitch. I ain't scared. Brew504, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. You click on the name, okay. I clicked on the name, and I see like there's like follow, whisper, invite. There's also block and report. I don't know why I obviously don't know why I do that. All right. Maybe click on the name. Maybe that would do the trick. 3 dots. Report channel. No. No. I am in full-on potato mode right now. Roll Tide in 1998. Also, please lose to Florida so Billy keeps his job. Hey, we might fulfill that. We might be careful. We might fulfill that expectation. You really never know. Squid, who do you think wins between Bama and Tennessee? I said it on the FBS report, so I got to stick with it. I'm picking Bama to win tonight. Again, I just don't see us. I don't see our secondary keeping up with their wide receivers. I just don't. I think it's going to be one of these nights where just, you know, it's like a shootout where you got 2 teams just going back and forth continuously.
Michigan lost to USC. Exactly. I still think Michigan. Why? I love how they play, and I'm a believer in the talent. Underwood's a freshman. I think he'll be.
All right.
He gets to a point where his talent takes over. He could be one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks. J Bruins fan 33, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Boy, we are running really, really well with that. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I can't figure it out for the life of me how to get mods on Twitch. I might have to make a contact here in a few to figure that out. Because I know people who using OBS. Yes I am. Lollymaster. What are you doing back here? That's crazy that you showed back up. Two prime examples of when you change leadership and you get a program going in the right direction. These kids respond, and it's fun to watch. Kev, shout out to UAB for how they're playing today. By the way, our guy Moore somewhere smiling above. We miss you, son. We miss you. And right now, making you proud. Right now, we'll keep you up to date. UAB. With
if so, just click in the Twitch chat and put /mod, and it should show a command. Really? Channel management /mod username.
Visit us today for quality that will last for generations to come.
Chevy makes America
Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability.
Like you said, click on the Twitch chat. No, boy, this is. I'm legitimately. I'm full on potato right now.
Total value on this Silverado. Plus, get 1250 trade assistance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Okay, I see. Okay, I see mod view. Okay, it took me somewhere else.
West Chevrolet scores great deals for everyone, and you've got to see it to believe it. Right now, get a 2025 Trax starting at just $22,167. Chevrolet is ready to make your game day and every day a West Chevrolet day. The competition can't compete with our deals. Come see for yourself.
Wait a minute, what's this?
Do what we say at West Chevrolet.
Experience outdoor living at its finest with Smoky Mountain Deck Builders, the premier deck builder in East Tennessee. We craft
Oh, here we go. I got it. I got it. I got it. All right. There we go. Hooray. I got it. Yay. I finally figured out how to mod people on Twitch. All right, there we go. We got mods on Twitch now. The only rule is don't mess it up. There we go. All right. Glad I got that figured out.
Around here, home means everything. Energy efficient windows to doors.
All right. Good lord. Yeah, you guys can tell I'm very, very smart and educated. I'm very, very smart. I'm a very smart fella, and I take very much pride in that. If I donate on YouTube, can I get a mod? I mean, no, sorry. If I'm being completely honest with you, no. Only because mods are... The way I view mods is it's always about loyalty. It's less about, like, you know, like how much money you donate. If that was what it was, then I would have just given the highest bidders, like, moderator privileges. I think that's a stupid idea. Although I wouldn't mind a super chat or anything. Yes, I did. I said I'm very educated. Very, very smart. What do you know? What do you feel or know about our grader Squid? I have no clue. Ref ball's wanting Memphis to lose. Great. Of course they're gonna mess that up for everybody. Who's better, Napier or Fickle? Probably Billy. Billy Napier. At least Billy's got some sort of wins that pump him up a bit. Again, Texas is playing right now. You gotta take that for what it's worth. Texas Tech is quickly driven back, by the way, and they just took the lead. Wow. Well, that didn't take long. Texas Tech scored, and then they just scored again. Now they're just taking the lead. Talent fee is back. All hail the talent fee.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
It's pretty quiet. I'm going to turn that up. All right. Thank you, Brew, for the $2 super chat. Says, LSU fan, we got what we deserve today. Yeah, Brian Kelly is wanted in every single part of Louisiana. I don't know how he makes it through the night. I don't know how his career makes it through the night. In all honesty, though, I don't think he's going to get fired or anything. But he's going to have some really tough questions to answer, and I know they're all going to be met with, it's their fault. It's their fault. It's their fault. It's Nussmeier's fault for daring to not be the best quarterback in the nation. It's our running back's fault. It's the defense's fault. The coordinators didn't call the right plays, but Mr. Brian Kelly, did everything right. That's literally, that's him. That's him. Nothing is ever his fault. It's always somebody else's fault. It's the coach's fault. It's the quarterback's fault. It's everybody else's fault except for him. Dwight the Game, appreciate the sub on YouTube, buddy. Ohio State and Indiana are the two best teams right now? Oh, absolutely. No questions about it. All hail the talent fee. Dad, did I get me education from you? Yes, very educated. Uncle Squidtard, back in my day, the talent fee was a cheeseburger. Well, I don't know what a cheeseburger is, but yeah, no, that's the cheeseburger. A cheeseburger. You guys make sure to vote in that poll though on YouTube, because I'm gonna put an end to it in just a few. Because the game's getting ready to start here. It's almost 7:30, and once we get to that point, that's when I gotta lock in. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy, I'm glad that Dr. Pepper can was not open. I prepare a whole lot for my streams, as you guys can tell. I don't. I'm very bad about it. Ignore the very loud sound of my keyboard typing. Brrr. I can't stick around today as I have other plans, but hope stream goes well, dude. Appreciate it, Lolly Master. See you later, man. Thank you for tuning in. Do you see Tech having a shot at the college football playoffs right now? Georgia Tech? Oh, absolutely. Whichever Tech you're talking about, like if we're talking Texas Tech or Georgia Tech, no doubt about it. Absolutely. Both teams are, well, at least at this point, Texas Tech is holding on to being undefeated. Tech is undefeated. They have full control. Literally, Georgia Tech has full control of Tank Conference right now. The rest of their schedule from this point onward is a complete breeze. They should be favored to go 12-0. Georgia Tech is literally, there's absolutely no reason for Georgia Tech to not finish out 12-0. Now that they've done what they need to do against Duke. I don't know if they'll be favored in every game, but in my eyes, all they need to do from this point is win out and they're good. Mr. Pink, appreciate the $5 super chat. Says, crazy week so far. Holy War should be interesting. Went to Cal versus UNC last night. Love that we didn't choke to that dumpster fire. Yeah, no. Because North Carolina is one of the worst teams in the Power 4. Yeah, glad y'all beat them for your sake. Poor Jordan Hudson's husband. Tried really hard. Tried really, really hard. One thing I do know is that the coaching carousel this year is going to be diabolically wonderful. It is going to be absolute cinema. It's going to be pure cinema for everyone in attendance. I'm going to love it. I'm going to love it. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm going to absolutely love it. Here's one thing I want to do before we get started, if I have the time. Let's see. Here's the, I think that's the YouTube chat. And this is the Twitch chat. One thing I want to do, that's kind of, because it's kind of bothering me, that the Twitch chat is dark and the other one isn't. I do have a little bit of time. They always... in these big games, they never actually start them at 7:30. It's always like they say it's at 7:30, but they still got the band on the field. I think we all know like they're not starting right now. Got to fit those commercials in somewhere. I posted on Twitter. I've got the multi-view here on the big TV, and on all 4 different multi-view screens, it was on commercial break. It's like, what are the odds of that legitimately happening? I mean, that is just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Squid, do you think Tony V is leaving? Well, it says he's leaving. And yeah, I do. Because, well, a management job like that, that's a whole lot more money. You'd be a fool not to take it. You know, even though he's going back on his word and saying you're either a Vol or you're not, when somebody waves all that type of money in your face, you really kind of have to think about it for a bit. It'd be like if somebody said, hey, Squidtard, I'll give you $500 right now for your Twitter account. I'd be like, all right, bet. Here you go. Now, if somebody said that for my YouTube channel, I'd have to think a whole lot more about that. If they said, like, hey, Squidtard, you know, here's $1 million for your YouTube channel, I'd be like, The only reason, I mean, I could just start a new one. It's $1 million, you know what I mean? $1 million is $1 million. Let's all be real here. Okay, think this is the Twitch chat. I had to remember which one this was. Maybe it's not.
Would be kind of surprised if the Lowell Vols lose somehow. Brother, we're on the road against Alabama. We're 8-point underdogs. Game day. I mean, everybody's picking against Tennessee, and that's not even me saying, "Oh, they're doubting the nation. Oh, they're doubting the Vols. Oh, they're doubting." I don't care. I couldn't care less on whether or not the entire nation doubts us, and I understand why for the most part, because we're stinky. We're stinky. Have you seen how we look? We're stinky on the road. Especially our defense. My goodness, our defense is a complete and utter mess. So no, I mean, I can't necessarily really blame them. Yeah, one with the colorful names is Twitch chat. Yeah, the Twitch chat is here. It's right there on the screen. The problem is that for whatever reason, that one's clear and the other one is emboldened in white, which makes the text a whole lot more readable. It's, to me, not the biggest concern because I can still see all the messages. Just whenever somebody goes back and plays the stream, it's going to be much more difficult for them to actually see anything because, well, it's it's emboldened with the background. You really have a hard time seeing it. But I might be able to fix it. Oh, there we go. I got it. Yay. Hooray. All right. Squidtard saved the day, everybody. Whoop-de-doo. Where's my money? Yay, Squidtard saved the day. It still looks like crap, but at least I saved the day. All right. Now that we got that cleared up, now we can actually get her rolling. This is indeed life, and I am indeed living it. Yeah, that looks good for now. That we'll learn to live with that. All right. Now that I've taken care of that, let me go ahead and get back to everything. All right. How many views you got on Twitch right now, Squid? I have no idea because I am not doing this for the views. I'm just doing it for funsies. All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and end this poll, and to the shocking revelation of me. You guys went ahead and picked yeah, you guys dadgum went ahead and picked Tennessee to win. Omar Gonzalez 405, appreciate the follow on Twitch, by the way, much appreciated. Squid, my oxygen is running out. I'm gonna switch to baby Squidtard. Oh, well, no. You're not supposed to I might have to time you out for that, honestly. As a gimmick account, you're supposed to run with the gimmick. You don't fall away from the gimmick. This is what Twitter accounts don't understand. Or people, like, so you got people role-playing as coaches in my Discord. Like, somebody's in there, like, acting like Brian Kelly and saying that, like, oh, we're going to get this next guy. Or somebody's doing, like, James Franklin. They've got to act like their gimmick. And the moment you fall away from that, the gimmick's ruined. So I might have to time you out for that. You messed up the gimmick. Dadgummit. But yeah, Tennessee 53%, Alabama 47%. J-Man in a bunch of numbers. Appreciate the follow on Twitch, man. Thank you. Got a lot of new followers already. This has been going great so far. You'll get Twitch affiliate real quick. People will be able to do subscriptions. Yeah, again, I started this yesterday. Literally, okay, let me tell you. So, yesterday was when I started streaming on Twitch, and it was like a last moment thing because I was streaming Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and I thought last moment, I was like, what if I started streaming on Twitch too? So I took about an hour to figure out how to multi-stream, and even then there was problems, but I managed to at the very end get it together, and I got a couple of brand new followers from it, and yeah, I know I'd love to start streaming on Twitch a whole lot more. Ed Shadowbearer, thank you. Joining the Member of Tardaria membership of members. Becoming a soldier of Tardaria, much appreciated. Your name is now going to be on the credits of every single video that I make. And that's what I love to do. Even if it's over on Squidtard, you're going to be on the credits this week, buddy. So thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. For affiliate, you need 25 followers and 3 average viewers. Too easy for Squidtard. Perhaps. What, you're on Twitch? Yeah, I know. Crazy, isn't it? Anchor down, tied by 50. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. Okay. But good win today. Good win. Hey. You will never hear me complain about Brian Kelly getting humbled. You won't ever hear me complain about that. Let me move this Twitch chat a bit around. Or that's the YouTube chat, I think. Why is it all the way up there? We're going to move that downwards a bit. My OBS is all over the place, so it's going to take me some time to figure it out. All right. NJ Nicolay, appreciate the $2 super chat, says, I'd pay $1 million for Squid Cats to replace BK. They'd be better coaches, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, Tennessee's rushing out on the field, so you guys now know what time it is. It's time for Squidtard to lock in. He's got to stand up now. This is when you know things are getting serious, when Squidtard stands up. God, I already know this is gonna go ugly, but I dropped this can of Diet Dr. Pepper earlier. I hope it doesn't explode on me. All hail the talent fee. All right, we're clear. If y'all love the Red River Shutout, get ready for Red River Shutout 2 Electric Mark Stoops, because Kentucky and Texas are battling it out. And guess what? Archman, he just overthrew a wide open receiver. So, yep, 0 points scored, and you can expect that to be the case for a very long time. I'm keeping my mind on this, though, because Arizona State is at the goal. Is it them at the goal line? Here? Yeah, it is. Arizona State's at the goal line right here with 38 seconds left to go. They can win this game in regulation. So I'm going to keep that on until that game goes or ends in overtime or whatever happens. All right. Lone Banana Zero, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Ed Shadowbear with the 5-man. Appreciate it, buddy. Says, as an embarrassed Penn State fan and proud Bama hater, kick their ass. Also, BK and Miami competing for Clown of the Week. Just another Saturday. Well, I think Miami has won it. I think Carson Beck is a really big contender for Clown of the Week. Because that dude, it's not even that he had a terrible game. He had 4 interceptions, no touchdowns, just an absolutely abysmal, atrocious game. Hold on. Arizona State touchdown. The Sun Devils score. Oh, Red Raiders, no. You were the chosen ones. Not anymore. Mr. Sips, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Yeah, I saw Memphis lost. And I'm not surprised. They weren't bad. They weren't a bad team. But I just had that sort of that weird feeling about them. All right. Obates 2002 $5 super chat. Ricky Collins' first throw was a pick. Syracuse is cooked. Dude, welcome back, Kyle McCord. Remember last year when Kyle McCord threw like 5 pick sixes in that game against Pitt? Get to do it again. Have a good time. Have a great time. That's all I can tell you. Anyway, what I was saying about Carson Beck before was that not only did he throw 4 picks and had a terrible game, but on top of that, that dude made an absolute clown of himself by basically saying it's all the wide receiver's fault. He did the BK move. He put everybody else under the bus instead of taking any accountability for himself. Dummy, you're the one who threw 4 picks. You're the one with that stat line. The wide receiver didn't do that. Again, I get it because I've seen it on my own team. Wide receivers, fail to catch the football, then it's thrown up into the air and intercepted by somebody. That didn't happen, especially at on that final pick. That wasn't the wide receiver. That was you. That was your dumbass making that move. That wasn't the wide receiver's fault. Melted Fox, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Man, I'm losing track of how many we've already gained. And we literally just started. And by the way, appreciate it, sis, for dropping the link, buddy. Thank you very much for doing that. Rickey's going to throw 10 picks, just watch. More than likely. What's the record? What's the record for interceptions? Is it 9? I think it's 9 interceptions is like the record for the most thrown in a college football game. BK, have it your way. Where is it? I have that stinger. Have it your way. He ain't ruling, I'll tell you that much. Well, we're about to get started here. Tennessee to receive, as they always do. No surprise there. Wishing good luck for your Vols. I hate Alabama, and I want to see them lose. Everybody hates Alabama. Anyway, this kickoff is taken from around the 1, and it'll be a touchback with the fair catch. So Tennessee going to start here at the 25-yard line on the very first drive. And we need to strike hard and quick because, well, if we don't, Bama might run away with this thing. Because I don't trust, I legitimately don't trust our defensive backfield to do much of anything tonight. They're going to be struggling all night, especially Ty Redmond. They're literally, I really hope we're not having Ty Redmond on Ryan Williams. Oh boy, what kind of hell that's going to be. Yeah, that's a good point. I got to update the Squiddy counter. You're right about that. I'll get on that in just a minute. First off, here's the first play of the game. It's Aguilar on the wheel route. Gives it off. Got it, Brazel for about a 9-yard gain. And, of course, you know Tennessee, they're going to keep that tempo running. That's what they do. That's literally their thing. Okay, I think we're 29. Well, tried to go for the handoff, but guess what, everybody? It's a false start. Shocker. Shocking revelation right there. No big surprise. Yep, of course. Of course. Was it Lance Hurd? Was it Lance Hurd? He's I never thought there'd be a name for or somebody called the Lord of False Starts, but that dude has definitely lived up to that role. Almighty Lord of the False Start, dadgum. 2nd and 7 for Tennessee now, backed up after that loss. Here's the handoff. It's going to be, here's your first bubble screen of the day. Got Mike Matthews, gets the yards back, but now it's going to be 3rd and 2. And we're going to go ahead and, oh shoot, I forgot. The bubble screen counter. I forgot to put that one up. Where's that at? Did I remove that? No, I didn't. Bubble screens. I'll leave it right there for now, and I'll change it later. But yeah, that's our first bubble screen of the day. I'll leave it right there. Third down and 2 here for Tennessee. Going to be a short one. Expect to run up the gut, and that's what they go with. And Bama just completely shuts it down. Could not get there. They tried to test him up the gut, and Bama made him pay for it. So Tennessee will give the ball back to Bama. Deontay Lawson just completely broke through the gap right there. Nothing else to it other than that. This is what happens when you test the blitz. That's that Nico type of play calling. Bubble screen, run up the middle, bubble screen. It's just so stupid. Anyway, here's Tennessee to punt. Pins him pretty far back. Rolls all the way back inside the 15. This will try and be returned, but the man slips and then goes down. And he's going to go down around the 8-yard line. So after that ugly return, Bama is going to be deep in their own territory. Well, that's a break. We'll see if our defense can do something now. Can we get like three turnovers like we did in the last game? I'd really appreciate that. Turn Ferguson with the 2, buddy. He said, "Don't worry, buddy. When Bama wins, we can spoon." Wonderful. Wonderful. But I call Big Spoon. Update the Squiddy counter. Here we go. 1st down and 10. Here's a handoff up the middle, completely broken up. My goodness. That Eason just completely broke through there and annihilated that man before he could even get the ball in his hands. So that pins Bama back another 3 yards. They're at their own 5 now. Let's figure out how the Tim Banks defense screws this one up. I bet it's gonna be a curl route for 10 yards because that's all you got to do. If you got somebody lined up on a curl route, that's a free 10 yards. Let's see what they do. So 2nd and 13, backed up at the 5-yard line. Ty Simpson from the 1 gets the ball. He's going to back to pass. Tennessee bringing all kinds of pressure. Throws it early, slant route, incomplete. 3rd and 13 coming up for him. Tennessee brought the blitz right there, and Simpson was not ready for it. And I'm willing to bet that they're going to do it again right here, so you better have something whooped up right here, I swear to God. Oh, my goodness. Don't you do it, Tim Banks. 3rd and 13, all alone in the backfield. Simpson rolling out of the pocket in his own end zone. Throws it late. Got a man. Running down. Gets the freaking first down. Holy shit. Literally wide open on a slant. Nobody there to guard him. It's the Tim Banks defense for you. 1st and 2nd down, everything's fine. And then the moment 3rd down comes in, everybody dies and forgets how to play defense. Incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. It's just like we all knew it was going to be. How freaking predictable. My goodness. Get this clown out of Knoxville, bro. 3rd and 13 from their own freaking 5. Are we serious? We cannot be playing real football tonight. 1st down and 10. Now Bama's all the way at the 24-yard line. Taking a deep shot. Incomplete. Overthrown, but there is a flag on the play. This might be pass interference, but I don't know. He barely even touched him. No, it's defensive offside, so that's Tennessee's 2nd penalty of the day. Great. Off to a phenomenal start here in Tuscaloosa, as always, against our rivals. Always making sure to give them gift after gift. All of our coaches have probably already pissed themselves 3 times today. Florida and good old Sunbelt Billy just won. It's a good win for him. Really good win for the rest of us, too, because that means we get another year of Billy Dampier. I think that just about solidifies that. Here's 1st down and 5. Handoff. Up the middle. And destroyed completely. Ed Shadowbearer with the 5. Buddy says, missed my South Carolina. I think that's what that says. Missed my Super Chat. My bad. Missed my South Carolina. I might be stupid. Brian Ferentz, Iowa offensive coordinators are written all over a contract, has to score 20 points per game because Iowa's built like the Steelers. Top D, bad O. That dude should go to Wisconsin. 2nd down and 4. Back to pass. Looking for a man down the field. Simpson rolls out of the pocket. Throws late. Got another man. Complete. 1st down at the 40. This is going to, something tells me it's just going to be like what Jalen Milroe did to us in Tuscaloosa, where he's just continuously running out of the pocket and extending plays. This is what he does best. So it's really hard to blame him for doing that. And I don't know how they missed that hold. That dude was literally grabbing his face mask, but okay. Ref ball, you can't rely on SEC ref ball to call literally anything because they're absolutely brain dead. They're hiring these hobos from downtown to do all the officiating, and it's stupid. All alone in the pocket, Ty Simpson throws. Hitch route, got a man, complete for about 3 yards, and it'll be 2nd down and about 7. Sorry, Mr. Super Chat. Let me scroll down and see. Okay, yeah, I see it now. My bad. I appreciate the double Super Chat, man. Let's see, what are we at right now? 36. Got it. I want to make sure I keep track. I want to make sure I keep tabs on that. And I rely on you guys, too. There's a lot going on right now. Yeah. Sean McDonough telling it like it is. Defense not as good, no doubt about it. Here's the deep route. Going for a man down the field. Got it. Holy crap. They're all the way at the 20 now. Ryan Williams beat one of our DBs downfield. And you can tell we're missing Jermon McCoy, but it's not like he'll ever come back. He tore his ACL all the way back in January, and he hasn't been back since. Heupel's going to keep saying that he's going to keep coming back. But he might as well just come out every week and be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know anything. That's him whenever he plays against his rivals. Such as right here. Here's 2nd and 10 from the 25, or 1st and 10 from the 25. Rolling out. We got some trickery here. This is Ryan Williams on the run. Gets past the 25, inside the 20, still running. Inside the 15 now. Another first down for Alabama, and they're just doing whatever they want to with Tennessee's defense. I told you, I didn't say this on the FBS report, but I'm sticking with it. I think they're going to put up 50 tonight. Because they're going to do whatever they want to this defense. And you can see, they're red hot off the bat. Okay, from the 9-yard line. This is a handoff. Outside, broken tackle. Gets another 5 yards. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 4. McCoy is gone forever. Yeah, I think he's going to go ahead and declare for the draft at some point this season. I'm going to say I'm going to find it more. I'd find it less surprising to see him declare for the draft than it would be for him to come back and play. 2nd and goal. Here's a handoff straight up the gut. Gets another 2 yards out of it. Still pushing, but they blow the whistle around the 2. And it's going to be 3rd and goal from there. By the way, it's funny how Jam Miller was questionable literally a couple of hours ago, and now he's good to play. Ed Shadowbear with the 5 says, I remember SEC refs making Penn State punt on 3rd down because they got confused on what down it was. Yeah. Yeah, no, they are. They're absolute morons. Tenor Hoare with the 5 says, come on, Squidtard, have a little more belief for your team. Man, you have no idea. You have no idea. It's been such agony, this rivalry. I'm so used to seeing this that it's hard to have faith. Here's Simpson. Throws outside, touchdown. Took no time on that one. Man got beat again, and that is another touchdown. Isaiah Horton. That's going to be Bama's first of probably many touchdowns tonight. And we are now down 6-0. Tough start, but I believe we can adapt. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I know I don't sound very convinced, but still very early in this game. But I think we really needed a head start in this one. Because now the fact that we're playing from behind, I have no idea what we're getting ready to do. Sorry, Squid, this might not be a fun game for you tonight. I kind of expected that going into this thing. You got to at least be competitive. There's no excuse for this if that's how it turns out. But plenty of time left. I'm obviously not, I'm not jumping to conclusions just yet. Other than the fact that I think Bama's going to score 50 points. I am jumping to that conclusion because, well, my defense. I mean, if the defense can't stop Mississippi State or Arkansas, what do you think Bama's talent-loaded offense is going to do? Defense is terrible. Absolutely atrocious. Ay. Yeah, no, if I'm Bama, what I'm doing is I'm just sending Ty Simpson back there to pass the ball every time. Let Bart Simpson do all the work, and then he'll make plays just as he's been doing throughout the rest of the season. Because the moment our DBs are in any sort of contention with anybody, they lose sight of where they are. And the only counter for that is to let Tim Banks send them all the way backfield so that they can get curl routes and get 10 yards of play. Same old 3rd and Banks BS. It's going to be a long night. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, obviously losing Gibson, losing McCoy has, severely tanked the effort or just the overall talent from this defensive backfield. But even if we've got a freshman back there, I mean, they are just getting cooked on every single play. And I've got a feeling that when Bama tests the run, it might be the same thing. We'll see. A lot of ball game left. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. But, yeah, Buckeyes got their second shutout this season. We're doing good. Well, I'll say this. That was a good win for Ohio State. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. Great game by Julian the Super Saiyan. Wisconsin is an absolute dumpster fire on offense, though. I mean, even Iowa shut them out. I mean, they're absolutely atrocious. Piggies collapsed already? Already? Wouldn't surprise me if they did. Let's see, which multi-view should we go to? I guess we'll stick with this one. Most people's eyes are on third Saturday in October, unless you're an absolute degenerate or checking out some of the other SEC games, because the only other ones on are Kentucky, Texas, and Missouri versus Auburn. And who wants to watch Mizzou Auburn? Ugh. And Oregon is beating the I thought Rutgers would at least put up a fight against Oregon, but no. The Duckies are obviously taking out all their rage and anger on them because they're beating the life out of that poor team. The only game outside the SEC ones that has potential interest is USC Notre Dame on the old Peacock. But unfortunately, as you know, with Peacock, it's hard to get that one on the multi-view. Or maybe it is on there. I don't know. No, it's not. I don't believe so. Rip Luke Fickell's Big Ten career, never stood a chance. I'm surprised they've kept him around for this long. I swore that he was going to be gone after that Iowa game. 0 points, let Iowa do whatever they wanted to on him. I mean, I thought that was going to be it right there. But after what he did today, I think there's nothing left to hold on to. There's no miraculous comeback that's happening. You just got to go ahead and get rid of him. It's time. There's nothing there to salvage. They got to understand that. First down and 10 for Tennessee now at the 25-yard line. This is going to be their second attempt at scoring because, good Lord, we all know we need it. Here's the handoff. No, it's a play action. Aguilar, they bring all sorts of pressure. He backs up, and he goes down with an absolutely massive sack, and that's the drive. Kill drive right there. That's going to be the drive. He didn't fumble the ball, but he'd be better off doing it because nothing special is coming from here. He might as well just throw the arm punt. We're going to throw a bubble screen and run it up the middle. Ty had brought the blitz, and it wound up paying off big time for him. Backed up 9 now, and it's 2nd and 19. Here's Aguilar from the 20, from the 16. Dadgum friggin' bubble screen. Who called it? Squidtard did, and it goes for maybe 5 yards. What an absolute freaking clown. Dadgum bubble screen on 2nd and 19. God, we're so big brain. Honestly, it's impressive. That went for 11 yards. So now it's a lot more manageable of a 3rd down, but good Lord, man, it's not looking good. You already know a pass play's coming here. 4 receivers out. I'll read that super chat in just a second. It's Aguilar rolling out, back to throw. He gets it off, and he's got a man. Chris Brazzell, the man, the myth, the legend, comes up clutch for Tennessee as always. Thank the Lord for that. God, we needed that. We need Chris Brazzell more than anything right now. That dude is our offense completely. Whew. All right, drive extends off of Chris Brazzell. Pass play for Aguilar, throws over the middle again, misses receiver by a wide margin. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Aguilar looked really shaken after that one. Ed Shadowbear with the 5 says, I criticize the criticism I have for Big Ten refs is holding blindness. They don't seem to call clear and obvious holding. Well, all officials are really bad about that. You check out what the SEC officials do on a daily basis. There's always somebody crying about the refs every single time. And don't worry, guys. I'm going to make sure to hit the squiddy in just a minute. 2nd down and 10 for Tennessee. 4 receivers out. Aguilar back to throw again. All kinds of time to throw. He does get it off, and it is incomplete. Batted down again. Looking for Staley, and it's going to be 3rd and 10. Here's your depression gritty. I said right foot creep. Well, actually, I don't even think a Bama receiver got their, or a DB. I don't even think they got their hands on it. I just think Staley can't freaking catch. What's new? Right. 3rd down and 10 from the 40. I believe that's from the 44. Here's Aguilar. It's not a screen, but it might as well be. Dumps it off to Kitzelman, and he gets it. What a first down effort. Kitzelman hurdles over a man to get it. And the drive shall continue off of the absolute man, the myth, and the legend, Miles Kitzelman. It's the hurdle. They're looking at the pylon to see where he went out. He might be. Yep. They ruled him out a yard short. They ruled him out a yard short, and considering we're at midfield, Tennessee is putting all their balls up on the line. Well, actually, I guess the officials are going to review it real fast. All right. They're going to review this, see where Kitzelman went out at. I love Squid's dance moves. I do a thing sometimes. The only thing telling me cope about the abomination my team put on the field is spinning squid in the bottom left. Yeah, I love the rotating orange. That's one of the things I'll never get rid of is the little rotating Squidtard in the background right there next to the score bug. Speaking of which, let me update this because it is a little. It's not necessarily outdated. I just want there to be more games on the screen. Oh, Lord. Get that abomination off the screen. Texas, Kentucky is a better game than that. Dadgum, Iowa, and Penn State. Well, Maryland's down against the month of October again, 7-3. No big surprise there. Squiddy is 6'5". Yeah. Trust. Exactly. I am. I can confirm. As you can tell, I'm a very, very tall individual. How did you make that abomination orange? Well, contrary to popular belief, I didn't make it. I actually, literally, here's the thing. My friend made it a long, long time ago when I first started this channel. A, that's the first thing. And B, that orange is part of some surreal meme series. And literally what he did was he had that orange, a PNG of it. And then he put a hat on there that says cool and good. And that's how the Squidtard orange came to be. I think Kitzelman stepped out early. To me, I think he stepped out early, and I think that's what they're going to stick with. I'd be very surprised if they went with anything else. Because you know SEC ref ball. You know how they function. All right. What's the all right this time? Ed Shadowbearer with the 5. Much appreciated. Says, I'm not talking a little jersey grab type holding. I'm talking grabbing and locking the entire arm and pulling the edge. Oh, yeah. No, they missed one earlier. There was a dude literally grabbing this guy's face mask on Bama, literally grabbing the face mask the entire way through the play, and they didn't call holding on that. So no, of course not. And there's no. Let me make it clear because I have to mention this every time I complain about ref ball. I don't think there's any hidden agenda against Tennessee. It's stupid to think that, and you're an absolute brain dead moron if you actually believe it. And it's the same thing for Auburn and everybody else. There's no hidden agenda that these refs have for like one specific team or the other. That they're just completely blind and stupid. Stupidity does not mean that they have an agenda. And yes, they did rule him short. It's going to be 4th and inches here. Everybody on the line lined up in the I formation. Handoff up the middle and man ball works. Tennessee got the first. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord we've got some big beefy boys up on the front line because, oh my goodness, if we didn't get that, I might have turned the game off right there. Did you see that Tennessee fans messed with the statue of Nick Saban? They've done that. Picture has been up for years. That's not a new picture. I think I saw that picture for like 5 years in a row now. First down and 10 from the 45. This is a handoff up the middle. Shut down immediately. Deshaun Bishop gets right to the line of scrimmage and nothing more. Who has a worse kicker, Bama or Tennessee? I don't know. That's a good question. One thing's for sure though, I'm not concerned about the kicking game. Here's Aguilar taking the deep bomb and caught. Chris Brazzell extends his hands up high in the air and gets the first down for Tennessee. Bro's way behind. Well, that's the stream. Again, you're watching the stream, which is already putting it a little behind, and then I'm watching this on YouTube TV, and it's not. I'm not literally like. I mean, I'm watching it live off of YouTube TV, and oh my God, are you freaking serious? Ineligible receiver? Hypo, you. Why are we doing this? Why? Holy hell, dude. Once again, we just keep shooting ourselves in the foot. Christ's sakes. Lined up in the neutral zone. Here's 2nd and 15. Backed up at the 50-yard line. Rolling out of the pocket. Gets the throw off to Staley. Complete for about a 10-yard gain that gets us to 3rd and 5. I don't know if you're watching through ABC, but you're like 5 seconds behind. Again, yeah. And then also on top of the fact, you're also watching this on YouTube, which is putting it even more behind. I think the Twitch followers, I think if you're watching this on Twitch, you're probably seeing it a little bit faster than you are on YouTube. Here's the pass play for Aguilar. They're bringing the pressure. He rolls out, trips, sacked, and that's going to be the drive. 4th down, Bama's going to get the ball back. We're going to be down by 2 scores now. So that effectively ends the ball game. Great. Whoop-de-frickin-do. We had the potential to go down the field and score, but once again, self-inflicted penalties, as Tennessee always does, pins us back. And now we're giving the ball right back to Bama, and I'm sure they're going to go down the field and immediately score as always. Here's the punt. At least pin him back pretty deep. It's not going to matter. They were on the 5-yard line to start the last drive, and look what happened. Not looking good, gentlemen. And ladies, if there are any of you watching. Highly doubt it, though. Twitch is always faster than YouTube. Yeah, that's something I absolutely noticed when I was gaming. Braylon Staley. Despite being our top 3 wide receiver, that dude has screwed us in the ass more times than I can count. In more groundbreaking news, Texas just scored a touchdown. Crazy anomaly in the time-space continuum right there, because when in the world does that ever happen? The ACC is ACC-ing again. They never stopped ACC-ing. They've been ACC-ing for as long as I can remember. We've been eliminated. We're already calling the game. You guys know that we've been trained to think like this. This isn't just me being a doomer for the sake of being a doomer. We've literally been trained to think this way. And I'll tell you what, I'm already sweating, man. It's so hot in this room, you would not believe it. When I have that Xbox on, the PC, and everything else, it gets a little toasty up in here. Yeah, the ACC is crumbling as we speak. Right now, we might have to rename it the Georgia Tech Conference, because they're the only ones that actually bother to show up week after week. All these other teams can't show up. (17-7). Virginia's down against Wazoo. They gave Ole Miss a fight, though. Yeah,
Ole Miss. I'm still of the belief Ole Miss heavily overlooked that team for Georgia, and it didn't pan out for them either because they lost that game too. Their defense got absolutely obliterated by the Mickey Mouse people. And I'm not surprised. Everybody's like, oh, here we go. Georgia's falling apart. And they're like, come on, we all know better. The mouse is eventually going to start happening. And then, as expected, Kirby Mouse eventually came out, and they ended up coming back and winning the ball game. It's what they do. Good news. Syracuse hasn't thrown 5 picks yet. They're only down 7-0 against Pitt. Arkansas is trying real hard to stay in contention with A&M. Down by 11, they've got a shot. And Rutgers has a shot if they manage to score 5 consecutive touchdowns in the next 5 minutes. Hey, Squid, as a depressed Florida fan, I'm here to say roll Tide. Yeah, well, I get it. You don't have much to look forward to being a Florida fan, so I can sympathize with you on that. Squid, the secondary, you think it would be better with the recruiting. What am I missing? Well, here's what you're missing. Ricky Gibson and Jermon McCoy, our 2 best corners, are injured. And that's not that I'm saying that's an excuse for what's happening here, because it isn't. It isn't in any capacity. What we're witnessing here with the secondary is absolutely insane and ridiculous. And we're about to see more of it because guess what? Here comes Bama back out here on the field at the 10-yard line. Simpson rolling out of the pocket. They bring all kinds of pressure. He gets it off late to Ryan Williams. He's got it. Dadgum first down at the 30-yard line. Boo Carter. Can somebody remind me why Boo Carter was so desperate to get the start on defense and offense too? Boo Carter was like, I want to play offense. I want to play offense. If I don't get to play offense, I might hit the portal. Well, you can't play defense either. First down and 10 here for Bama now at the 29-yard line. Whistles are blown as I think somebody called a timeout. Well, they're actually going to go back and review this catch by Williams to see if he had his hands on it. Looked to me like he did. We'll see. Has his hands, it's bobbled a bit, comes down with it. Looks like he caught it. I don't know. It depends on what your definition of a catch is, or at least not what my definition is, but rather what college football thinks about the rule book. Would that be a catch? Yeah, that looks bobbled to me. But again, it's indisputable evidence to overturn it. I think this one is one that you can flip. I think this one is that one that you can sort of maybe say it's a catch, maybe not. But knowing them, they're going to say it's a catch because, well, why overturn it? There's no indisputable evidence that says he does. He bobbles it, but when it comes down, he's got possession of it with the shoulder. So I don't know. It's not enough evidence to overturn. Yeah, to me that's what it is. We'll see if they do it anyway because they've done it before. Vandy's only loss is a close one to number 6 Alabama. They could absolutely make the playoffs. Oh, nobody's disagreeing with that. They're 6-1 right now. They don't have a favorable route. I'll say that much because the rest of their schedule from here is a gauntlet. But even if they only drop one game and go 10-2, that's a playoff team right there. Which is why it's all the more important that we get our own foot out of our own taint and actually show up in games like these. Yep. The call stands. They rule it a catch, and Bama's going to be at the 29-yard line now. The ref got it. They got him bias to get Tennessee. They got the hidden bias. The hidden bias to get Tennessee, though. For all the off-season shenanigans from Boo Carter, this is ridiculous. How is it that he's coming out and he's playing like this?
First down and 10 here for Alabama. Running back in motion. Gets right up next to Bart Simpson. Here he is. Back to pass. Looking for a guy. Throws late. Gets it off on a screen. Almost broke the tackle, but they managed to take him down after maybe a 5-yard gain. Greg McElroy might be Bama's biggest hater. That is not true. That is not true because Tennessee exists, and that man hates Tennessee more than anything. He spent a full offseason crying about Tony Vitello when we won the national championship. He's just a hater, I think, in general. All right. Come on, defense. Do something for me, please. 2nd down and 5. Handoff. Up the middle. No. Dodges one man. They go for the legs. Of course, he runs for the first down. Great. Great. Incredible. I think that was Ty Redmond on the tackle. At least he took him down after he got the first down. But I'm so sick and tired of seeing all of our players going for the legs on every single tackle. Because you're not tackling them. You're scooping their legs and hoping they don't jump over you. Anyway, that's the end of the first quarter. It's 7-0, Bama on top, which is it's effectively ball game at this point because we've already proven we're not doing anything. Arkansas hanging around. Yeah, did they score again? They must have done so. I'll have to look again. Cheshire Cat VT, I'm writing a petition to have your weekly breakdown of the week, the official breakdown for ESPN. Look, man, I tell it like it is. That's the way it goes. Oh, that was Colton Hood. Yeah, I figured. But yeah, no, I tell it like it is whenever I give my recaps. Between all the jokes, I try and be as fair to everybody as I can. But if you lose, especially if you lose in embarrassing fashion, I'm gonna clown on you for it. Because that's what comedy is. No, I mean, this isn't a deal breaker for me with Tim Banks because this is what I expected. But I'm still at the point where I expect us to beat Florida because who doesn't? Florida's an absolute mess right now. If we lose to Florida, I'm not joking. I'm out on everybody. I'm out on the whole thing, coaching staff, everybody. If we lose to that trash Florida team. Scary Young Man Connor, appreciate the 2, says, launch Tim Banks into the sun. Oh my goodness. Well, I can sympathize with Tim Banks a little bit here only because I see guys like Boo Carter who can't cover anybody. Genuinely, you've been generous with Ohio State. I mean, because Ohio State's came out every single week and did what they were supposed to. Same with Indiana. They're the only 2 teams that didn't come out and crap all over themselves or have a game where they look stupid or dumb. They're the only 2 that have done what they were supposed to do. So I haven't really had the reason to rag on them other than their usual loss to Michigan. I said if we lose to Florida, I want everyone fired. I'm right there with you. There's absolutely no excuse with the talent that we have and what we have on the team for us to lose to that Florida team again. No excuse for it. Especially if they fire Billy before the end of the year. I don't care. No excuse for that. Banks plays the secondary like we have all Americans all in the secondary. Yeah, no. He wants to put trust in the secondary, and I can appreciate that. And I guess it's more of like he calls the wrong plays at the wrong time. Especially when it's, one thing I always hate about Tim Banks' play calling, and I'm sure everybody else has seen this, is when he lines up all the DBs 20 yards back behind the line of scrimmage, and then the offense just picks us apart just consistently with 10-yard curl routes. It's what Arkansas did, and State did it. When State wasn't running the football over us, they were doing that, and it panned to perfection. And both of those teams had nearly 500 yards of offense. It's absolutely atrocious for any SEC team to allow that. Anyway, here's 1st and 10 for Bama now at the 39-yard line. And we have a flag on the play, and this one looks to be on Bama. So whoop-de-doo. A false start on Bama pins him back 5 yards so that they can they can throw a 15-yard first down instead of a 10-yard first down. Squidtard dadgum turned into doomer mode. I got to get it back together. If Tennessee wins, better be that famous laugh in your breakdown vid right before you review the game. I might. But let's get a defensive stop before we do anything. First down and 15, rolling out of the pocket. Simpson throws a deep bomb. He might have a man well overthrown, and it is second down. Yeah, that wasn't even close. Simpson just threw the deep bomb for the hell of it, and it'd be second and 15. Oh, hey, the exact same thing I watched Georgia do today. Yeah, Georgia has a consistent. They've got a consistent game plan of doing that. Heupel's extremely overrated. He should be on the hot seat, but we won't ever be. I don't think he's overrated because he beats a lot of the teams that he's supposed to, with the exception of teams like Arkansas last year. Little outside route right there gets about 6 yards, and it'll be around 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 8 coming up for Tennessee. But I think it's year 5. With all the money that us fans have been spending, we've reached a point now to where we need to see something other than getting beat by our rivals every single week. And if that happens here, then it's going to be another James Franklin. It's a James Franklin scenario. That's what it is. We line up every time we play against Bama or Florida or Georgia, and we find convenient ways to lose. Bama's going to call a timeout here on 3rd and 9. That's not good. We are feeding Bama stat sheets tonight. Oh, I knew that before the game even started. We started feeding their stat sheet the moment we got up out of bed this morning. Except I didn't get out of bed this morning. My dumb ass stayed up until around 5 a.m. last night. So I did not go to sleep early. I woke up at noon. That has been my day. It has been entirely watching football. I had no reason to listen to anything on College Game Day because you couldn't pay me to listen to a Georgia edition of College Game Day. The only time I did that was when we were down in Athens last year. And that was literally the only time I bothered to ever listen to a Georgia edition of College Game Days because Tennessee was involved. When is the Nico vid coming out? Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that this week because I've been meaning to do that and I never bothered to do it. Ay. Hey, man, did the reverse jinx work today? No, it didn't, but it almost did. It was close. Ole Miss put up a better fight than I thought they would because I was expecting them to come out big and strong in the first half, get up 10 points. Everybody on Twitter was going to be like, oh, Georgia's losing again. The Dogs are not playoff material. And then Georgia would come back and they'd blow them out. But while it didn't work out like that, it sort of went exactly as I thought it would. James Franklin to Wisconsin. That would be funny, and it wouldn't be the worst move for Wisconsin because worst case scenario for the Badgers, they've got to rebuild from the ground up because I mean the Luke Fickell era has been a complete dumpster fire trying to establish an offense that just does not work at this level of football, and they're figuring that out the hard way.
They will literally have to rebuild because you know what they are? They're Indiana from before Kirk Cignetti. They're pre-Cignetti Indiana. They're an absolute dumpster fire. Anyway, here's your 3rd and 9 right here. I have no idea what Tennessee's got planned or whipped up right here. But Bama's got 3 receivers out. Man moving in motion. Moves back. They've got Redmond on guard with him, so I can already tell where this is going. Motion on the field. Looks like they're audibling to a different play. Receivers lined up, spreading out. Moved again, back in motion. Back to throw. He throws late. It's a slant route. Got him. No, incomplete. Ball might have been out. They might have called it a fumble. No. Okay, they stuck with an incomplete pass. All right. That's a good stand by Tennessee. The defense is back. We hold on. We survive. At least on that specific play. Was that Boo Carter? Was that Boo Carter with the play? How about that? Boo Carter did something. Knocked the ball right out of the hands of Brooks. Thank goodness for that. Drax, power tard area. It's power 2 tard area, but you got the spirit. Alabama will punt. This one sails all the way back at the 20, and thankfully it is recovered by Arian or Boo Carter. No, not Arian Carter. Arian Carter is not back returning punts. I get the two confused sometimes. All right. Well, that maintains the damage that we take. Hold on, I gotta remember my words. That maintains the damage that we took. So that has to count for something. I hate my life as a South Carolina fan right now. Oh yeah, you guys look absolutely terrible today, and that makes Shane Beamer look a whole lot worse because he was riding on that win based on the press conference from last week, and they just look absolutely terrible. Here's 1st down and 10 for Tennessee from the 22-yard line. Aguilar back to throw all the time in the world. Gets it off, and it is complete. 1st down. Braylon Staley with the catch. Shocker. You know, I don't get to say that statement very often. This is a run up the middle on the RPO. Breaks a tackle. Gets about 10 more yards out of that. Good run by Peyton Lewis. Now I'm wondering, while the offense is moving as straightforward as it is, I'm wondering who's going to be the guy to jump off and you get a false start for us. Who's going to be the guy? Is it going to be Lance Hurd again? I guess we're going to find out. 1st down and 10 from the 42-yard line. Got 4 receivers spread out. Running back on the handoff. It is a handoff. Got a little bit of space. Good enough for 5 yards. Lewis again, and it'll be 2nd down and 5. Extend Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer. Better be careful what you wish for, young man Connor. Hey, we gotta go to Columbia next year. So do be careful what you wish for. 2nd down and 4. This is a handoff. No, it's a play action. Aguilar throws. Got a man wide open. Mike Matthews, 1st down. Gets to the 33-yard line. Tennessee's moving a bit. They're moving, they're schmoving, they're doing something. And that is to count for something. Oh boy. All right. Cannot lie, I'm a little bit stressed because we still got 35 yards to go. All the time in the world for us to butcher this, but I'd love if we could tie it here. Here's the handoff. Up the middle, no, nothing there. Not at all. Tried to send Peyton Lewis up the gut, and Bama shuts it down immediately. You going to the Oklahoma game, Squiddy? I wish I was, but I unfortunately cannot. Even student tickets are an arm and a leg, and I can't afford that. I can't afford to lose one of my legs, because otherwise, how would I be able to stand up and watch Tennessee like I am right now? Here's 2nd down and 8. 3 receivers out. Aguilar throws. No, he just kind of throws it at the floor. Was looking for Kitzelman, but he was obviously well guarded. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 8. Ay. Billy Napier.
worth at least a 10-year, $200 million extension. I agree. I'm right there with you on that one. Here we go. Tennessee 1 for 4 on third down conversions. 4 wide receivers out. Here's Aguilar. Throws over the middle. Got him in. It's Braylon Staley. Almost got to the end zone. Just short. Gets tripped up at around the 5-yard line. And it's 1st and goal. Vols right at the 2. Braylon Staley with another catch. He seems to be carrying the weight so far. They quickly get up on the line. Try to hand off up the gut. And that's a loss of 3. My goodness, what a play by Nakai Hill-Green to shut that one down off the bat. You should have had something else whipped up there. That was, I think they all knew that's what you were going with. I get why, but it's, aye. Here's 2nd and goal from the 5 now. You got 3 more attempts because knowing Heupel, he's going to go for it on 4th down. Let's see what he's got here. 2nd and goal, man moving in motion. Bobbles the snap. Aguilar still has it. He's going to run it. Try to get there for himself. And with enough muscle, he's able to get back to the line. But it's going to be 3rd and goal from, I think, the 3 or the 2. The $25 student tickets are such BS. Yeah, I've never been a fan of them. And it's ridiculous as a student that attends the university for as much money as as much money as I have that I'm having to pay. I'm still having to pay for student tickets just to be able to go to the games. I'm a student. Like why? Sap the money from people who don't go to the school. Whatever. 3rd down and goal. Back to pass. Aguilar looking for a man in the end zone, and he's got one. Braylon Staley. He's made 3 catches today. Can you believe it? We are alive tonight. I'll tell you that much. Tennessee scores a touchdown, and we are alive, ladies and gentlemen. Yay! Yay!
All right! All right!
Yes! Now, I don't know why in the world it played that one. That was the wrong Tennessee touchdown effect. It's weird that one played. This is the one that was supposed to play because get that clown Nico off my screen!
All right! All right!
Yes! There we go. See, we scored and I'm still mad. But Tennessee scores the touchdown, gets Braylon Staley in the end zone. And that is going to be, it's going to be a tie ball game here. And we have life again. 2nd quarter, 9:46 left to go. And with the defense finally getting a stop, I have hope again. God save the Queen.
God save the Queen!
All right. Hanafuda SPA. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, let's have a moment's silence for UNLV. So much for development. Where's let me find the funny. Let me find the funny real fast. You want development? I'll show you development. Look. Look. No, come on. I switched it. Are you serious?
All right! All right!
Yes! Wouldn't it be a Squidtard live stream without technical issues? I'll tell you that much. But yep, look. Development. All right, there you go. There's your moment of silence. Bye-bye development. We'll put you back up on the screen when we see some development from our defense. Okay. Yeah, for whatever reason, the transitions on my stream deck aren't working. So that's why, for whatever reason, yeah, that's why things are weird right now. Thankfully, all my soundboards are still working, so that's good at least. But yeah, for whatever reason, the transitions are acting really, really goofy. Every time I try and load one up, it just says error, so I have to do it manually. I can't figure it out for the life of me either. Touchdown development. Squid, I think my Manning jersey would be a good, might be good luck. Ever since I put it on, we got the defensive stop and tied the game. Then keep it on, please. Please do keep it on. You guys would not believe how bad I'm sweating right now. It is so unbelievably hot in this room. I might have to turn on my fan. Let me do that. I'm going to turn on my fan because it is so hot in this room. Whew, that's a little better. That's much better. So I'm sorry about the fan. It's going to be going on in the background. Consider it just a little bit of background noise. And let me make sure to update the gritty counter too. What are we at? 8? Yes, we are. We're at 8. All right. Well, anyway, ball game's tied, so life is life again. This is life, and I'm living it. Where's that soundbite at?
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
Why does Texas have an offense? Because Oklahoma exists. That's why. And they don't. Remember this? They don't have an offense because it's Kentucky. Did Kentucky just nail a 53-yard field goal? No, it was wide left. Had the range though. That was a great attempt. But Mark Stoops unfortunately will go scoreless for another half. It's going to be 7 unless if they do something really crazy here with 8 seconds left to go. It's going to be 7-0 Texas on top. If ESPN College Game Day doesn't feature number 1 North Dakota State and number 2 yeah. You don't. You might as well just go ahead and lose your mind now because that's not happening. Squid ASMR stream? Perhaps. Here's a handoff to start the play for Bama, and Jam Miller is jammed in the backfield. Great play by Talander. Gets in there, and that is going to be a 3-yard. That's going to be a 3-yard loss. I'm going to bump up the audio a bit. You guys tell me how it sounds. I just bumped it up by 2 decibels. If you guys think I'm too quiet as compared to like other streams or anything, let me know so that way I can do something about it. Because the entertainment value from you guys is very, very important. I want to make sure that you guys have the most enjoyable stream. Here's 2nd and 12 for Bama. Pinned back all the way at the 32-yard line. It's going to be another handoff. Miller shut down again. No, that's Riley, actually. They put Riley on that run, and he wasn't able to get anything either. So it's going to be 3rd and long, and now they're going to test the secondary. So this is the part that scares me. 3rd and Banks. It puts the fear of God in all Tennessee fans. Are you happy for me getting a Chris Brazzell jersey? If you're a Tennessee fan, then yeah. Yeah. If you're not a Tennessee fan, then I still appreciate you for doing it and supporting the Vols. But yeah, no. Dude's a legend. Dude is absolutely a beast. He's definitely been Tennessee's best wide receiver, at least throughout the consecutive season. Here's 3rd down and 12 for Bama. Back to pass. Looking for a man down the field. Bart Simpson throws now. And it is incomplete. Tried to put the one-on-one, and the corner stayed with him. So it's 4th down, and Tennessee's going to get the ball back. That was not a Tim Banks masterclass. It's crazy. Stunning revelation even, but we managed to pull it off. And Tennessee gets a 3-and-out defensive stop, and we're going to get the ball back with 8:11 left to go in this first half. If South Florida loses again this season, wouldn't it be hilarious if an unranked team made the playoffs? That would be hilarious. But the problem is that it would be so hilarious that the playoff committee and everybody else would be trying to figure out a new way to run the playoffs. That would be the problem. Strip down to score that sweet OnlyFans base. You don't want to see that. Trust me. Trust me. Had this been 5 years ago and I was still running cross country, I might have agreed with you on that. But no. No, at this rate, you do not want to see that. Trust me, that... Nope. I smell defensive development. Yeah, let's put it on the screen, shall we? Development. Shout out to development. He may have lost today, but at least in some part, he showed us a thing or two about it. Development. Squidtard, how does it feel to beat Bama coming from a dog fan? Well, I don't know. We haven't beat them. This is a tie ball game in the second quarter. Nobody's done anything. And in all honesty, this is a lesser scoring game than I thought it would be. But somebody tells me that's going to amp up real quick in the third. It wouldn't surprise me if this was like a low-scoring game going into the half, and then in the third quarter, everything just explodes. How many teams have to lose to Jacksonville State to get into the playoffs at 10-3? None, because that's never going to happen. There's never going to be a G5 team that gets into the playoffs at 10-3. Ryan Grubb back on his BS, running on 2nd and 12. Yeah, I don't know why you guys aren't just playing the passing game. You guys are doing so well just testing our DBs, and then you decide to change your mind on it. Quit trying to test the run. Just sling the damn thing. That seems to be doing all kinds of joy for y'all. Georgia's rooting for y'all Vols. Well, that ain't true. Trust me, Georgia fans are rooting for Alabama in this one. And it's not even for the reason that they hate Tennessee. It's more because Bama winning this game helps their strength of schedule. That's the truth. Because even if Georgia drops another game, having a loss against Bama on their schedule, if they went out, makes Georgia look much better in comparison. But I do appreciate the support nonetheless. Check out this clip. No, don't mind if I do. I didn't know people can make clips live like that. Let me check it out.
If South Florida loses again this season, wouldn't it be hilarious if an unranked team made the playoffs? That would be hilarious. But the problem is that it would be so hilarious that the playoff committee and everybody else would be trying to figure out a new way to run the playoffs.
Yeah, that's foreshadowing. Literally. Get ready for it, because that's what's going to... If something stupid like that happens, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to omit G5 teams from the playoffs. Anyway, here's Tennessee back with the football from the 18-yard line. Aguilar back to throw. He is going to throw on the outside. Oh, my goodness. It's dropped by Peyton Lewis. There wasn't a man around him, but he still dropped it. Somebody gave him the Staley sickness. Dadgummit. Squid, your hair is so curly. Well, it's that and the fact that I haven't cut it in so long. I'm actually going to get my hair cut on Tuesday. So, yeah, no, it was long overdue. I've got a lot of things to do. I've got to get my oil changed, too. 2nd down and 10 for Tennessee with 3 receivers out. Here's the bubble screen. It's a very long bubble screen to Chris Brazzell, and he managed just to get maybe 8 yards out of it, and it looks like a flag came in late. I'm not sure what it's on, but it looks like it could have been on Chris Brazzell. I didn't see him do anything wrong. All right. Arctic Phoenix 27 with the $2 super chat. Much appreciated. Says, most shocking result today? For me, Memphis losing. Yeah, to UAB. Pass interference on Tennessee. Are we being serious right now? How is that PI on... What? Let's check this out, okay? So they're calling it on Staley, I think. They're not calling it on Brazzell. Yep. That's... Okay, that's PI. Dumbass grabbed his jersey. Quit your crying, Heupel. That's PI. When you do dumb crap happens right afterwards. Train them not to grab the jersey. 2nd and 19 from the 9-yard line now. Aguilar back to throw, looking for a man in his end zone. He slips, he throws late. Thankfully gets it off. And are they... that's a throw. That's a throw. Okay, yeah, no, that is that he threw that. That should be an incomplete pass. Unless if they're ruling it intentional grounding, then that's a safety. Yep. Intentional grounding. Bama safety. That's great. Good job, everybody. Great, fantastic job. Heupel, shut the hell up! Shut up! Just shut up for once! Quit blaming the refs for everything. Always complaining about the refs. Oh, it's always the refs' fault. It's never a conditioning problem. It's never the players that are making dumb mistakes. It's always, I gotta cry about the refs. Holy hell, dude. It's not the refs' fault.
What the hell is even that?
Unbelievable. Why? Just why do we keep doing this? Well, that's just extremely unfortunate. Thanks to the PI that we had earlier, everything just sort of fell apart. And now the worst case scenario happened. Not only do we give the ball back to Bama, but we give him a free 2 points on top of it. Score's now 9-7. And they're doing whatever they want to the offensive line. It's just this is absolutely terrible. So 9-7, there's the kickoff. This one sails all the way back at the 15-yard line. Will be returned past the 20. A good return gets all the way to the 30-yard line, and that's where Bama will start their next drive. Ay. Tennessee has batter Bama syndrome. No, it's on the road we piss ourselves syndrome. It's on the road we lay big fat diarrhea all over the place. Squid, do you think Jake Merklinger or James McIntyre? I think he'll get playing time. Here's the throw, and it's a good one. A lot of yardage. I think he got all the way to the 40-yard line. They're just lost, man. Everybody's just lost. What in the world? Who is number 22? Who is T-Lander even chasing? Is he chasing the grass? Did Casper beat him? Wouldn't be surprised. Behold, the reason Kalen DeBoer still has a job. No, Kalen DeBoer's maintained his job. This would be the reason he gets an extension. Here's Bart Simpson on the pass. They bring all sorts of pressure, and it's good enough to make the pass incomplete. Simpson got way too pressured there, overthrew the pass. 2nd and 10. Wisconsin got shit canned again? Yeah, nothing changed there. That's what they always do. That one's on Braylon. Yeah, absolutely. That whole thing was entirely on Braylon. It wasn't entirely on Braylon Staley, but he was the cause for it. Second down and 10. Bama lined up in the bunch formation. Pass play. Simpson rolling out of the pocket. Throws late. Finds a wide open man. Ryan.
How can somebody explain to me? It's not Ryan Williams, but can somebody explain to me how we let that man completely wide open? Who's even covering him? Who? It doesn't add up. Looks like it was Farouk who just missed his man. Or actually, no, that was not Farouk. That was number 7. First down and 10. Bama now in the red zone. Tries to pull out a little bit of trickery and nothing there. You think this is the driver they whip out Caden Proctor? Let him run a play? Probably. Squid, do you think Jake Merglinger or Gavin McIntyre? It's not Gavin McIntyre. I'm pretty sure it's James, but it's going to get some playing time in the bowl game. If we don't go to the playoffs, then yeah, probably. Because I'm sure we'll find some random Jamoke Big Ten team to beat up on. Tennessee has mastered the arts of defeating themselves. Learn it from the best. Good old Arkansas. Second down and 10 now. From the 16-yard line. 3 receivers out. Simpson on the pass play. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Not quite to the end zone, but gets Ryan Williams 3 yards short. 3 yards short of the end zone. It's going to be first and goal from the 3. Just ugly. Just ugly, ugly, ugly. Nobody knows where to cover anybody. And now it's first and goal from the 2. Here's a handoff up the middle, and not quite enough for it. Gets about a yard. Just one more man ball up the gut, and that'll do it. Imagine Tennessee plays UCLA in a bowl game. Well, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't have to worry about hyping us up for that, I think. I think we'd be all too hyped up for it. Who knows? Maybe if we're lucky, Jamon McCoy will be playing in that game. Doubt it. Very highly doubt it. This might be where the Caden Proctor play comes out. We'll see. Second and goal. Man moving in motion. We got some trickery. It's a halfback toss, and easily Jam Miller gets into the end zone. Nobody to even touch him, and we've got another touchdown for Alabama. That entire thing was a self-inflicted mutilation. The safety, the defensive aneurysm, and the touchdown. And if I'm Bama, I might as well go for 2 here. What's the worst thing that could happen? But either way, they're gonna go up by 2 scores with this PAT. And there it is, and it is good. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, this is really bad. You know what's more soft than bringing your teddy bear to football games? Losing to the team that brings teddy bears to football games. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. And it is not looking good, I'll tell you that. Not in panic mode yet, but getting close to that level. We're about one more false start away from Heupel doing that one thing where he goes silent for 10 minutes in the press conference when somebody dares to ask him a question about the refs. Ohio State is elite? Well, yeah, no doubt about it. They're one of the only ones that are actually elite. They're one of the only ones that have been able to show up just consistently week after week. Them and Indiana, at least I have to check back in on the Hoosiers. I know I saw them earlier. They were sort of struggling with Michigan State, but I think they got it together. Yeah, they did. They got it together. And they won big 38-13. Do you think the secondary even practices, or do they just sit in their dorms and study? Hell if I know. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't ever pay attention to what goes on in practice, but I am curious too to know what actually goes on in there, because they sure aren't doing their jobs here. And some of that is definitely on the play calling, I'll say that. I was expecting to go to commercial break. Get back up, Squidtard. We're not done here yet. We got 4 minutes left in this first half, and then maybe Tennessee will... I really need y'all to answer here, because, boy, you are kind of embarrassing yourselves right now. You're on national television in front of 1 million people. First down and 10 from the 25. Handoff.
Up the middle to Star Thomas. He's got a lane. He's got a lot of yardage. Gets the first down and a little bit more. About 20 yards there for Star. And Tennessee's got this one going in the right direction. But can they continue it? That is the question. They get all the way to the 44-yard line on that one. Here's a pass play. Aguilar looking. Still looking. Now he'll run for himself. Slides down after maybe 3 yards. And he is slow to get up. A late flag comes in. Thankfully, he did get up. I got really worried there for a split second. Is this another hold on Tennessee? Oh. Unnecessary. What did they say? Unnecessary roughness? So there's a personal foul. And that's a 15-yard penalty in favor of Tennessee. And that puts Smith out for now. Tell your mods to stop banning everyone. The mods haven't banned anybody. Don't come here on that foolishness. First down and 10. This is a handoff. Nope, nothing given there. We got a flag on the play. False start. Another false start, and Heupel's already complaining again. The refs are ruining everything. Yep. It's all the refs' fault, don't forget. The refs are biased against Tennessee, even though they just put up a personal foul on Alabama. Don't forget the refs are biased. All right, here we go. First and 15. This is the third bubble screen. Got it off to Mike Matthews. Good for maybe 4 yards. That'll continue the drive here on second down. I think it's going to be like what, 2nd and 11. Let me mark down that bubble screen though, because that is our third bubble screen of the day. Second down and 11. Aguilar back to throw. Gets it off. Complete. It's a little curl route there to Staley. Gets another 5 yards, and it'll be third down and about 5. If you can get one more of those, you can convert here. But the answer to that is whether or not you can. The Discord. No, if you were that stupid Miami fan in there that was talking all that talk a couple of weeks ago, because no, that was me that banned you. I hope that wasn't you, because I usually leave it to all the mods, and like, you know, whenever they tell me something, I'll usually just be like, you know, if they're disobeying the rules and not listening, then yeah, ban them. I mean, there are rules established in the Discord. Breaking news, everybody. Did you guys know that if you go into a community that has rules and you break the rules, you're under the possibility that you might get removed from it? What? Huh? The what? What? That's crazy! Bro, what? Baffling! Crazy! That'd be absolutely insane if that were the case. Whoa! Who would have seen that coming?
Squid, can I be a Twitch mod? Not at the current moment, because the way I see it is, like, if you're gonna be a mod there, you will be a mod everywhere, and I'm just not giving out mods right now at the current moment. But I probably will. As this channel grows, I'll give out more mods, and I'm not gonna say when, because I like to keep it random. And that'd be funny. I did say the mods are required to have discussion over who was banned in that server. That's one thing I did bring up, is that the mods, they're all supposed to have like a discussion about it. Or at least the ones that are active are supposed to discuss it. And if they all agree that you're worthy of being banned, then you're banned. That's all there is to it. I don't have time to fool around with people being stupid in the Discord server. I just don't. So if people are being numbnuts, then you're being numbnuts. That's the way it goes. Squid, how'd you know I was a mod? You didn't ask for proof? No, I mean, I trust your judgment. Besides, the Twitch chat just started, so I don't necessarily care. Do you think Brian Kelly gets fired? No, not for that one. Not for that game, unfortunately. I know that's what the LSU fans want. The LSU fans want desperately for that to be the game that gets Kelly canned, but they're not getting. The buyout is too much. Unless if they start blowing more games throughout the rest of the season, then there's the slightest possibility. But even then, even if you see the worst case scenario, I don't see them paying the buyout. Am I drinking a beer? No. This ain't. Unfortunately, no, that was a Diet DP. But if this keeps up, I might have to get one of my Seagrams. Because now it's 3rd down and 7. Here it is. 3 receivers out. Kitzelman in motion. Throws the screen to Kitzelman, and it's shut down after maybe about 5 yards. It'll be 4th down. 4th down and short around the 32-yard line. So Heupel's got a very tough choice to make here. If I'm Heupel, I'm just taking the points. I'm giving, even if it is Max Gilbert, I'm giving it to Gilbert. I'm taking the points right here, and I'm going into the half. What should be going into the half down by 6. That's what I'm doing. All right. Kite, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Twitch is faster than YouTube, Squid. Oh, I know. I've known that for a while. Yeah, I know that. If you guys are watching over on Twitch, there's a little bit of a faster reaction time there because it's got faster service, but it's not by a whole lot. I mean, it can be depending on how bad the multi-streaming is. It just depends on the night, I guess. So 4th and 2. Oh my goodness. Heupel, if you don't get this, I swear. I know it's you, Shiro. I know it's you. Why are you going for it? Take the points, you idiot! I swear, if you please whip up something good here. 4th down and 2, 4 receivers out. They're bringing all kinds of people on the blitz. Back to throw. Aguilar throws it late. Got a man. 1st down. Thank the Lord. Boy, they brought the blitz, and if he had thrown that a split second later, that was cooked. But thankfully, it is converted. Alex Kitzelman on the slant route. He gets wide open and makes the play happen. Thank goodness. Because Aguilar got slammed on that one. I don't get that at all. Jay Coakley, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Thank you very much. Thank you. Why? And now the refs got to waste more time by reviewing it. We all saw what we saw. It was clear he got the 1st down. What are we doing here? Again, I have this on mute. I'm going to turn it back on for a minute.
just so I can hear what's going on. Yeah, like why? Yeah, you got this is the first down. Okay, cool. They're sticking with it. Here's 1st and 10. It's going to be a handoff. No, it's a play action, and it's broken up. Tried looking for a man, but he was fully covered by Morgan right there, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. Braylon Staley, he can't catch a football when he's wide open. What makes you think he's going to catch a football when he's contested with a DB? Come on. Are we being serious here? I know he caught the touchdown catch, but before this game, he couldn't catch anything. How we feeling today? Scared. Very, very scared. Here's a handoff, Star Thomas, and it is annihilated at the line of scrimmage. Tried to test him up the gut again, and they made him pay for it. The Bama Stadium is extremely loud, and if I'm Heupel, I'm just running down the clock here. Worst case scenario, you take the 3 points and go down by 6. It's hard. It's way better to do that than to give him more time. Come on, get it together. Here's Aguilar on 3rd and 9. What have y'all got planned here? 4 receivers out. Back to pass, looking for a man downfield. Dodges 1 tackle. Now he runs. Still running. Got some space to go, and he gets out of bounds. I think he got it. It is very close, but I think he got the first down. Nope. They ruled him short, so it's 4th and short. 4th down and 1. Let's see what the pylon says. Yep. He's a full yard short. And as I expected, Heupel is going for it. Whip up something good here. And nope, never mind. The ref's got to waste more time by reviewing it. This is going to be one of the longest minutes of football you'll ever see. It almost might be as long as what Auburn, Georgia had in the first or in the last minute of the first half. Surely you'll take the points? No, not on 4th and short. Heupel isn't doing that. It's about where his last foot laid, and his foot went out. His foot went out of bounds before he crossed the plane. I'm trying my best to rationalize it because I know that's what they're just gonna uphold it. There's not enough evidence to overturn this one, so they're just going to keep it the same as is. But I'm sure it's going to turn into wah, wah, wah. The refs have a hidden agenda against Tennessee. Wah, wah. So it's gonna be a couple of inches. Just a few. I don't know how many. Pause. Kirby was definitely clapping a monkey's fly out my butt. Yeah, as we all know. This is what clapping looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Shocker. They ruled it 4th down. Whoop-de-friggin-do. It's going to be 4th and 1. Just an inch away. And you already know Heupel's sending the boys back out there on this one. I don't know what they're going to do, whether it's going to be some trickery or if they're going to run some man ball. And if I'm Heupel, I'm doing the man ball. I would have, again, if it were me, I would have taken the points before the last 4th down. Which makes it all the more important that you get this one. This is where you put your balls on the line. Let's see what we got. Lined up I formation. It's going to be a handoff up the middle, and the man ball pans out because we get the first down to Sean Bishop. Good call. At bare minimum, I'm glad you gave it to him instead of giving it to Peyton Lewis. And Tennessee will burn their first timeout before the end of the half with 33 seconds left to go. Are y'all really struggling with them? Yeah, shocker. Shocker, struggling against the number 6 team on the road. Big shocker right there. Who would have seen that coming? Imagine that. It's funny how Indiana is probably number 2 and Vandy is borderline top 10. I think they've got a better case for top 10 than LSU ever had, I'll say that much. The LSU top 10 agenda literally started with them beating Clemson, but nobody would have ever expected Clemson being as bad as they were. And Clemson falling apart should have been an omen for LSU fans to realize that they too aren't as good as they previously thought. So 1st and 10 for Tennessee at the 14-yard line. 37 seconds left to go. They must have reset the clock. 3 receivers out for the Vols. Back to throw. Aguilar takes a shot to the end zone. Overthrown, incomplete. And no flags on the play. Was looking for Chris Brazzell. Could not get to him. So it would be 2nd and 10. Tennessee is the SEC's Penn State. Change my mind. There's no... I can't change your mind on that because I agree. I agree with you. I just want to see LSU lose to Florida. You might get your wish. They lost to them last year. It wouldn't surprise me if Florida wound up beating them in Tiger Stadium. Especially if it's a noon game. If they put that one at noon, oh boy, LSU in deep trouble. Handoff up the middle. Broke a bunch of tackles on that one. Great run by Bishop. Gets about 8 or 9 yards after broken tackles. And if I'm Heupel, take the timeout. Take the time. And nope. We're bringing up everybody on the line real quick. Here's the handoff up the middle. Good for the first down. Tries to push. Call a timeout, Heupel. Heupel, thank you. Thank you. I would have called the timeout before that play, but I guess that works out. Now it's 1st and goal. 1st and goal at the 2-yard line, and you got 11 seconds, probably 2 or 3 plays to work with here. Bless me. Dominic Fox, appreciate you joining the channel as a subscriber. Much appreciated. Oh, well. You guys would not believe how hot this room is. I'm sweating like crazy. And look at that. They gave us 2 extra seconds. How sweet of them. So we got 13 seconds to work with. I'd say that's probably enough for 2 or 3 plays. And if I'm Heupel, if the first 2 plays don't work, just take the 3, go into the half down by 6. I'd literally much rather you do that. Thank you, Nimbus and Sad Browns Fan HQ. All right, here we go. 1st and goal. 13 seconds to go. 2 yards until we reach the end zone. There's the handoff. Push up the gut. And he's short. He's short. I wouldn't have done that because now you got to burn another timeout. That was not the time for that. That was not the time to test the run. You take a throw because the worst thing about doing that is then you had to burn the final timeout. Now this has to be a throw play because if you don't get it, then that's it. You won't have another play. I don't get it. I'm no head coach. I'm not good with clock management either. I'm the world's biggest procrastinator. But come on. I mean, is it that hard to understand? Meanwhile, Rutgers is getting the will to live beat out of him by Oregon. I mean, this... Good Lord, how is Greg Schiano not loaded up the buses already? It's 56-3, and it's not even the 4th quarter. Horrible execution. Yeah, absolutely. 2nd and goal. 9 seconds. No timeouts left in our pockets. Bama's got 1 in theirs, but they probably won't use it until after this play. So here it is, 2nd and goal, 1 yard to go. You got to throw here. You got to do that or something else, some sort of trickery here because you can't just run it up the gut. Because if you don't get it, you're not going to be able to get everybody up on the line. And Bama goes ahead and uses their final timeout. Good move by Kalen DeBoer, I'd say. No, the time for the tush push was when there was like 2 seconds left and you used your final timeout. The time for the tush push would have been right now if the first play didn't work. Because if you don't get it, then you would have had a timeout to work with and you could have kicked the field goal. But no, now that we don't have that opportunity, now this has got to be a throw or some sort of trickery. Otherwise, this is your final play. You won't be able to get the field goal unit up on the board. The only thing you'd be able to do is maybe get everybody up on the line to run one more play. But there's no guarantee that you'd be able to do that. So we'll see what they got here. They're still lined up in the bunch formation. Don't do something stupid. Bunch formation, 9 seconds left. Man moving in motion. It's going to be Aguilar. Throws. It's intercepted. Running back to the 30, the 40, the 50, the 60, the 30. And he breaks the tackle. On the last play of the half, Bama takes it all the way back for a fucking pick six. You have got to be shitting out of my entire ass. Well, if it were up to me, I'd literally just call the game right there. I'd wave the white flag, literally go to the officials and say you quit the game. You're done. I mean, you're actually done. Like, that's the game. That's literally the game right there. Unbelievable. I said, don't mess it up. I said, don't mess it up. And, well, I don't think there is any possible way to mess things up further than that. A 99-yard pick six. JG, is that you? That's probably worse than what he did a couple of years ago back in Tuscaloosa. Remember that one time he tried to run into the end zone himself, and then he fumbled the football in the end zone, and then it was taken all the way back for a Bama touchdown? He'll bounce back. I was listening to Heupel. And Heupel said that I don't know what we have. I don't know what we have. Is there anything that we have? I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That's a generationally bad play right there. And that's on Heupel too. That is all that entire play, all of that there was on Heupel. The time to do here's the thing. The time to do the pass play was when you still had a timeout left in your pocket. Instead, you run it up the gut and then you take your timeout. You have no time left on the clock. You let that happen, and now the game is just completely out of reach. We're cooked. We're cooked. It's over. It's over. Load up the buses. Just pathetic. How hard is it for us to come out for one game against our rivals and not piss the bed instantly? Oh my goodness. I will say, Buckeye046, thank you for the follow on Twitch. That's the only good thing to come out of this, is that there's a lot of people A lot of people watching the downfall. We got 225 people watching on YouTube, and I have no idea how many are following on Twitch. But this is awful. This is horrendous. This is setting up to be probably the worst week of football I've seen in a very long time. I mean, you can't draw this up any worse than this. Bama beats Tennessee. Florida wins. Georgia wins. Friggin' Tony Vitello, the coach who won a championship for us in baseball, is now bailing for a major league school management job. What do we got now? What silver lining is there to this? Arkansas is getting pissed on by A&M. So there goes our quality win. Our only other quality win was Mississippi State, and they lost to frickin' Billy. And they didn't even need overtime to beat them. BSL 107, appreciate the follow on Twitch, man. I will say I'm out of words for stuff like this. I've seen this so many damn times. It's every damn year with this team. All right. No, oh no. Oh no. Ghost Boy, appreciate the $2 super chat. Feeling like 98, throwing a 98-yard pick six. That's a good one. Appreciate the two, buddy. Yeah. Well, yeah, no, that was embarrassing. That was stupid, and that was all on Heupel. You can blame the pick on Aguilar, sure. You can blame the I blame the play calling, but more importantly, I blame the use of that timeout. You do not burn the timeout there. Worst case scenario, if you didn't burn the timeout, you don't get the run play, then you get to kick the field goal and go down by 6 going into the half. But instead, you run the gauntlet, let Aguilar try and throw on the outside. Bama man reads it, because of course they know the trickery's coming. They get the 90-something yard pick 6, take it all the way back to the end zone, and now here we are, down by, what? Down by 15. So this is a very, I mean, obviously this is an awful situation. Terrible, terrible situation. I think we're down by 16, actually. Yeah, we're down by 16. So we got to get 2 back-to-back 2-point conversions in order to tie it. This is just so ridiculous, dude. Absolutely ridiculous. Gun, Sword, and Shield X, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Dark Knight 18388, appreciate the $10 super chat. Says this is exactly why Alabama and Georgia will always dominate the SEC. Terrible play calling from other coaches with the amount of talent they have in our team is inexcusable. Yeah. Talent fee didn't pay for this BS, by the way. I just want to let everybody know that. The talent fee ain't paying for any of this. Waste of money. That's all there is to it. Talent fee ain't paying for all that. Drippy Josh 10, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Game isn't over yet. Maybe they'll pull a Georgia, come out swinging in the second half. I hope you're right. But again, this is Josh Heupel on the road at night. Believing in that is believing in everything Josh Heupel never is. I guess it's better being down than being up, because if we're up, then we find a way to get soft and conservative in the second half, and then we blow it that way. At least if we get blown out, I can go ahead and live with that fact early on. Squid pays into the NIL budget. Every Tennessee fan does. Every Tennessee fan that supports Tennessee or goes to the games, goes to the school, and any of those Tennessee fans, they're in the NIL budget. Because that's literally the talent fee. Just got back home from shopping. Could tell it was close game because US 441 was bad, even in the small towns on the way home. Yeah. Our defense is a lot like that interstate. Slow, painful to watch, painful to be in. Hot. Arizona State going to be a playoff team this year too? No, I mean, I doubt it at this point. They need to win out the rest of the season in order for that to happen, and I don't think it is. And even then, they need things to happen all around the Big 12 for that to be the case, because they're already behind. I'd be very, very surprised. Tennessee needs to bring back. Oh my God, here we go. Now the Nico agenda's back. I just got back from the Gator game. Over the half, the crowd was chanting "Fire Billy" prior to the game-winning interception. Billy proceeded to continue to be booed when running into the tunnel. That's the thing. This is them winning. In my opinion, them winning is the worst-case scenario for Florida fans because it all but confirms that they get another year of this, another year of Billy Napier, which is great for most other people. Not great for us because we're gonna find a way to piss ourselves against them, just like we always do against our rivals. But for most other teams, that's great news. Keep Billy around for another year. My LSU Tigers must be vampires, very powerful and tough to defeat, but only when the sun is set. That's a great way of putting it. When the fans are all drunk and you're in Tiger Stadium, the most hostile environment in the country, that's where LSU shines. Outside of that, though, oh boy. And if it's a noon game, yeah, maybe. I mean, Tiger Stadium, even at noon, is a complete joke. So, yeah. Also, I will say, as someone in Athens, Georgia, who saw the Miami game last night, that was the funniest and most cathartic night of my life. Oh, yeah, for sure. You've seen that story before with Carson Beck, so I imagine that the Georgia fans have been fully fulfilled after seeing all that. Okay, my room is on fire, literally, and I think a lot of it is coming from the rage that's seeping off of me after that last drive. So I'm going to need to take a quick break. I'll just show you guys. I'll let you guys view the room ambience as I go and do something. I don't know. I think I just need to step out of my room for a minute. Okay. Yeah, well, I'll be back in just a few minutes. You guys make sure you stay tuned for the chaos that I'm sure will unfold in the coming minutes, whatever happens. All I know, God bless the talent fee. That's all I know. That's all I'll ever know. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes.
we're back. We're back. Can I get a high tide? Can we get a high tide for that?
High tide, guys! High tide! High tide!
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We sure can get a high tide. That's about the best we can get. Well, that was awful. The worst part the worst part about this game for me is that I've got to experience it for a whole nother half. That's the worst part about this whole thing for me, is that this ain't over. I've got a whole nother half of it to go through. So this is nothing new for me. It's this same thing every year, and I'm getting close to that point that Penn State fans eventually got to this season, where the well of patience, despite how much, because look, Josh Heupel has done so much for this school. He has turned this program from a big fat stinky pile of diarrhea, because that's what it was. It was a complete dumpster fire. Everything was going wrong. Chick-fil-A Pruitt left us with nothing but rags, and then he brought it back, turned this program into something way more respectable in the conference. Because we every single year under him, with the exception of the first season, we've had winning seasons. He's taken us to multiple big-time bowl games, took us to the playoffs. Here's the problem I've got, and this is something, of course, I mentioned last year when we got beat by Ohio State. We're under this idea, because the fans do it, but especially the university does it, parades around as if we're one of the most elite programs in the country. And while we have the money, while we have all of that, we don't have we don't have the resume to show for it. We have the talent, we have the fan base, we have the money. You best guarantee we have the money, because this school saps more out of the loyal fans than anybody else in the country. It's the truth. It's straight up the truth. You know, there are other schools I'm sure spend their money on more frivolous things like Hellcats and, you know, whatever else. And Texas does the same thing. They'll spend all their money on Lamborghinis and stuff like that. But at least they've got a little bit more of a resume to build off of. Texas and Georgia both at least made it to the conference championship. Texas made it to the semifinals. Georgia won the SEC championship. Bama, as you can tell, is at least showing some talent on the field. But we're getting to a point now to where this is getting ridiculous. It's year 5 under the Heupel administration, and we still can't figure out how to consistently field an offense, not have ineligible receivers down the field, not blame the refs for every single thing that happens. And the worst of all, we still can't figure out clock management. It's the exact same thing that tore apart the Les Miles regiment at LSU, and it's getting to that point now at Tennessee. It's year 5, and this is starting to get really ridiculous. And I'm telling you, forget whatever happens throughout the rest of this game. I think we've sold at this point. I don't think there's anything we're going to do. I don't think there's a comeback happening. I want to believe. I do. I want to believe, but everything I've seen out of the Heupel administration tells me that's not happening. So forget what happens in this game. I swear, though, because now you're at a point, you've got 2 losses. You pretty much have to win out the entire rest of the way. Otherwise, the season's over, and you're not making the playoffs. You're making the Citrus Bowl or whatever else, the Poop Tart Bowl, or, you know, the whatever bowl. I guess if that's what you're wanting, that's fine. But you're parading around as if you're this elite program, and if you're so elite and that you still can't even beat Florida, then I'm out. I'm out on Heupel at that point. I don't care how many DBs are injured in that game. If you go into Gainesville against that Florida team that you're supposed to be all this much better against, and you go out and piss your leg and get beat by them, then at that point I'm sold out on the Heupel era. And Danny White for that matter too, because he, and by extension the entire administration, has sapped so much. I guess the normal fan is being forced to pay more money than any other fan of any other school. And for results like this, that's sad. So anyway, we're getting started with the second half here in the Tennessee-Alabama game. I can only hope and pray that it goes a little bit better than the second half does, but I'm not standing up until I see results.
I mean, that was a really good heads-up play by Zabian Brown. Completely turned this from what could have been a great game to what's probably going to be a Alabama blowout. And they're all too used to that because Alabama owns us, so... They got so used to saying, Daddy Saban, get ready for Daddy DeBoer. Here's first down and 10 for Alabama at the 25-yard line. Handoff up the gut, maybe 2 yards out of it. Squid, where's your volunteer spirit? It got hit with the pick six. That's what happened to it. Do we get our money back? Nope, of course not. They're busy building the entertainment district, so that way students can't park anymore. The only way we win this is not by starting play better, but by Bama crashing and burning in the second half. Or we get some turnovers. So basically, yeah, you're right. Here's an outside run, and boy, Tennessee smashed them on that one. Jam Miller shoved way back behind. Brooklyn Poke with the 30. Much appreciated, man. Thank you very much. Says, here's to a better second half. At least Tennessee won't put their former quarterback turned tight end to come out on 3rd and goal from the 3 and throw an interception in the end zone, costing them the game the way Wyoming did to Air Force. No, but we did throw it. We did throw an interception on 2nd and goal that turned into a pick 6, and it's the reason we're behind by this much. Nonetheless, man, I appreciate the $30 super chat, and I'm sorry about your pokes coming up short. And I will have to get up and hit the Squiddy in a minute. Here's 3rd and 13 for Bama. Back to throw. Homer Simpson looking for a man deep down the field. Plenty of time to throw. Tries to extend the play himself. Breaks a tackle. Can't break the next. And after about maybe 6 or 7 yards, goes down. It'll be 4th down. Great 3 and out by the Tennessee defense. I wonder if the offense can respond accordingly. Because at least if they do that, you can turn this into a 1-score game. But we'll see. Anyway, here's your Squiddy. 2nd Squiddy. I say right foot creep. At least we're not Auburn. They're down against Eli Drinkwitz. 10-7 in that game. That could be a bad outcome right there. At least we aren't them, because Auburn bad. They're going to return this from the 30. Nice little return right here. Gets us about 9 extra yards. Gets around the 40-yard line. Decent possession. Decent start to the possession for Tennessee. Oof. At least I got my elite gritty skills. Jamar Chase would be proud of me. No, he wouldn't. All right. Anyway, let's run back into it, Joey. It's a terrible, terrible end, but I believe that you can get it fixed. Let's run. Tell him, Neil Brown.
Let's roll every day.
That's right. Let's roll. First down and 10 for Tennessee at the 39-yard line. Handoff up the middle. Got quite a bit of yardage right there. Deshaun Bishop did about 7 or 8 yards. Squid, just be glad you're not a South Carolina fan. We're the worst team in the SEC. Brother, Kentucky exists. You're not the worst team in the SEC. You're not far from it, but you're not the worst. 2nd down and 3. That's very generous of them to give that spot, but I can't complain. At least it was a positive gain. 3 receivers out. Aguilar, handoff. No, it's play action. Looking for a man. Slant route over the middle. Got a man wide open. Complete. Braylon Staley gets another big reception. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the Vols. Yeah, and I mentioned Kentucky's the worst team in the SEC, which makes it all the more embarrassing. They're tied with Texas. Or with Kentucky. And a big sack right there for Bama. Smith got well past the offensive line and just annihilated Aguilar. So it's going to be 2nd down and about 12. Bro, we better not go down to Music City again. We better not go to the Music City Bowl again. I think you'd be better off opting out of the bowl game. You got to do what A&M and UCLA did back in 21 and use COVID as an excuse to escape. 2nd and 12, 4 receivers out for the Vols. Here's the handoff. It's going to be an outside run. Got a little bit of block in front. And Bishop is taken off past the 20. Still running. Dodges a man. Gets to the 10, the 5, and he gets all the way home. Okay. We got a game now, gentlemen. Just like that, Deshaun Bishop Gets us back, and now Tennessee is got a little bit more on the board. Touchdown Volunteers.
All right! All right!
Yes!
Elite run by Deshaun Bishop right there. There was no blocking on that one. That was all him. And he is indeed him. Now we got to go for the 2-point conversion. James Tillinghast, appreciate the 5, says, Squidtard, how many weather delays can one game have in the TCU Baylor game and quite the chaotic ending? As many as it takes. That's all I know. Here's the 2-point conversion to make it a 1-score game. Or actually, I don't know. I think we're down by more. Here's the pass play. Throws, and it's intercepted. Definitely too quick of a throw right there, and thankfully he's taken down once he gets past the 10. So it's going to remain a 10-point game. But the damage is at least mitigated to some sort of extent. If our defense can continue to do what they did on that drive, then we've got life again. But on the bright side, we're at least still fighting, down by 10. And there's all the time in the world to get it back together. All you need is a turnover and a touchdown, and it's a 3-point game. But a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. We'll take it, though. We'll take it. We need just about everything we can to get into the... Just do a thing. My honest analysis. All right. Gotta love hearing that time and time again. Carson GBO, appreciate the follow on Twitch, buddy. Buddy pal, chummy chum pal. Aguilar is summoning his inner Nico right now. No, that did have a little bit of shade of Nico at the end there. I will say that. That was something Nico absolutely would have done here. Is throw that pick 6 and then throw the pick on the 2-point conversion. He's way too quick to sling the football. That's something I've absolutely noticed. That he's very, very quick. He sees one thing, and if it looks good to him, all right, boom. And it's just that's a mistake I feel like is going to cost us a lot. Squid, do you trust the secondary with your life on the line? Not once have I ever trusted them with my life on the line. But that's the thing. You don't have a choice. You have to trust them, because if you don't, then what are you fighting for? I never understand going for 2. I understand. It makes it a 1-score game. If you get the 2, you're down by 8, and that turns into a 1-score game. I going for 2 made perfect sense. Just the execution was what the bad part there. Would have really liked to have that one back. Not sure why Bama keeps trying to run when Tennessee's secondary has the issues it has. Yeah, I don't understand either. It's like they're trying to establish the run game to really just completely kill off the defense. But no, just let Ty Simpson keep slinging it. I'm sure somebody will get burnt. Our rest stops are bye week in New Mexico State. Wee. Yeah, but it won't look good. It won't look pretty if we can't come back and win this one. And not like we were favored to do it anyway, which is why nobody's projecting us to go to the playoffs. But at this point, if we lose this ball game, we got to win out. That's what we have to do. Because if we don't, then there you go. Ay. All right, well, at least Deshaun Bishop gets us at least back in the game. We have a little bit of a pulse. And again, if the defense keeps playing like it is, we'll find out. But can we really rely on consistency here? Can we? We've got as much consistency as UCLA's football team. Here's 1st down and 10 for Bama. At the 25-yard line, got a man in motion. Tennessee's bringing some blitz up on the front. Sampson throws, gets it off. That's Simpson. It doesn't matter. He gets about 8 yards out of that throw. It was a quick little screen play, and it worked out pretty well for him. Joey gonna have a broken neck in a wheelchair after this game? Yeah, probably. The offensive line ain't doing any sort of job. Our guys are getting pressure on Simpson, but the problem is that he's been running around them the entire game. So 2nd down and 2. Expect the man ball, and that's what they go for. And Tennessee wraps that one up pretty well. The line completely broke that down, and it's going to be 3rd and 2. Do you think they test the man ball again, or do you think they let Homer Simpson do something? They've showed Jason Simpson at least 3 times now. I think we've established at this point in the broadcast that that's his dad. It's just like Tyler Buckner all over again. 3rd down and 2. They are lined up in 5 wide. I'm expecting a QB run right here. That's kind of what I'm expecting. Let's see what they've got. On 3rd and 2. It's a pass play. Quick throw. Got a man 1st down. Breaks the tackle. And who else but Boo Carter to let that one happen? Gets beat up on the line and can't even make the tackle. I don't even know what kind of attempt that was. What was he? What kind of attempt was that, Boo? My goodness. Plays like that make you wish you were threatening to hit the portal again. What was that? Ay. Brrr, I really tested my patience, I'll tell you that much. 1st down and 10. Pass play. Here's Homer. Throws it. It's batted at the line and incomplete. Great play right there. Edwin Spillman just put his hands up and made a huge play on that one. Great job. 2nd down and 10 coming up. Oh my, we nearly got the pick. Oh, now that I'm getting a second look at it, yeah, he did. He nearly got the interception. Oh my goodness, I would have loved that. I sure would have loved that. Okay. Stay with it. 2nd down and 10. Bama almost to midfield. Simpson back to throw. Looking for a man. Over the middle. Slant route. Complete. Good for about 8 yards to Ryan Williams. And it's going to be 3rd and short. Yeah, that's a catch. He caught that. Ryan Williams absolutely caught that. 3rd down and short. Let's see what they've got planned here. Put some big boys up on the line, and hopefully, they'll go for the man ball. But if I had to guess, they might actually just try and test Boo Carter again. Let's see. Nope, they do go for the handoff, and to nobody's surprise, they get it. And a little bit more off of that. They're all the way into the 45-yard line. Not looking good at all, because if they get a field goal out of this, now it's a 13-point game. Either way, we're down by 2 scores, but no, if they score another touchdown, we're cooked. Like, we're not even cooked, we're just deep fried. Time is going down. We got 8 minutes left in this 3rd quarter. Motion up on the line. They're lined up in the I formation. Williams in motion. Nobody's there to follow him. Here he goes. Looking for Williams. Changes his mind. It's batted at the line. Incomplete. Nearly intercepted by Robinson. But it's going to be 2nd down. That's the 2nd time we missed a possible game-changing turnover. But at least, I'll take it. Because at least he batted it at the line. We'll take it. But the problem is now they've got 2 more attempts. That's the problem. from the 40-yard line. Looks like we got some motion up on the line once again, lined up in the I formation. They're changing it. Now we got 4 wide receivers out. Throw. Looked for a man again. Got Bernard. No, incomplete. So it's going to be 3rd and Tim Banks again. 3rd down and 10. Oh my goodness. Can we get the stop here, ladies and gentlemen? Who the hell knows at this point? Nobody got a clue. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Please. 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 3rd down and 10 from the 40. Pass play. Homer Simpson looking. He's going to throw. That's incomplete. It is incomplete. They're calling it a live ball. They did not blow the whistle. It looks like a Tennessee player got his hands on it at the 47. Yes, he did. It is ruled a fumble, and it's Tennessee ball at the 47-yard line. I don't know what that was, but I'll take it. Hell, can't complain about that. You won't hear me complain. What was that? It's the most... What was that? What? Okay, great. Cool. Well, that's a Jalen Milroe throw right there. Yep. It's strange motion, I say that much. I don't think there's enough evidence to overturn it. And even if they do, it's 4th down. They're going to have to punt the ball back to Tennessee. The only difference is the field position. Yeah, they might overturn that. They might. It wouldn't surprise me if they did. Well, let's see what ref ball. It's all up to ref ball. Leaving it up to the hands of SEC ref ball is never a good thing. And they'll actually, wow. The play stands. The original call stands. It's Tennessee ball at the 47-yard line. SEC ref ball did us a little bit of a favor right there, and we'll definitely take it. Back and forth between it's so over and it's so back. Welcome to being a Tennessee fan. This is what we went through the last 2 weeks. Went through it against Mississippi State. Went through it against Arkansas. We'll do it tonight too. And however it goes, win or lose, it's a roller coaster of pain and emotion. So here we go. 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Great field position. Let's see what we've got. It's a quick screen and incomplete. Tried to go for the bubble screen. I don't care if it's incomplete. We're counting it. Aguilar's. You don't need to throw the bubble screen 100 miles an hour, Aguilar. Come on, get it together. Second down and 10 for the Volunteers. Scary position we're in. This is a handoff. Bishop's got a lane. He's got blockers. Down to the 40. Past it. Goes to the 35-yard line. Bishop, an 18-yard run. Gets a first down and then some. Good stuff. Keep it up, Bishop. Keep it up. Feed that individual. Here it is. Dadgum freaking bubble screen. It's wrapped up by Bama instantly. It's in a big loss. Okay, Joey Hazel. You absolute brain dead complete clown. Stop with the bubble screens for... Why? We have a chance to score. Get aggressive. Quit pissing yourself. It's the bubble screen. Oh, bubble screen. Bubble screen. Bubble screen. Bubble screen. Stop doing it. It's a bad play. 2nd down and 12. Oh my Lord. Are you freaking kidding me? Bad snap. The ball is fumbled. Thankfully, Joey recovered it. But now it's 3rd and a country freaking mile. That waves the white flag on the drive. Great job, everybody. You failed. You failed miserably. They gave you a chance to do something, and you failed. Incredible job.
What the hell is even that?
6:17 left to go. 3rd down and 19. The Bama fans are loud and excited. We need a straight-up miracle here on this one. Pass play, Aguilar. He's going to look deep. He's going to throw deep over the middle. And he had Mike Matthews, but it is incomplete. And it is going to be 4th and 19. And, of course, the bubble screen puts us out of field goal range. So we get the punt. The one opportunity we had to do something, we get to punt the ball right back to Bama. Yeah, great. We've got no DBs that can cover, and we've got one total wide receiver that can catch the football. Just wonderful. Just a spectacular bundle of joy. Jackson Ross at least had a pretty good punt. This one sails all the way inside the 5, rolls down at the 1. Jackson Ross is my favorite. He's one of my favorite punters of all time. That dude has consistently put Bama back and put a lot of teams back in a really bad position, because that's what we need right now. We need the special teams or somebody to come up in the clutch. Dadgum stupid-ass freaking bubble screen, dude. I hate that play so much. Why is it hard to find a good offensive coordinator these days? Because it's a hypel thing. That's what it is. It's a hypel thing. The moment somebody messes up, he suddenly gets scared to let anybody do anything on first downs. And you got to get aggressive in order to win these types of games, and he just hasn't been doing it. He forgets that that's Aguilar in the pocket, and he's made one mistake total. Give him the ball and let him do a thing. It ain't Nico. Let him do a thing. Stupid-ass bubble screen, dude. I don't get why I don't get for the life of me why we keep doing it. Out of all the times they've run that stupid play, out of all the times they've done it, it has worked maybe 5% of the time they do it. You'd think something with such a low percentage of working would be something that they stay away from, but no. It's like a parasite. It's like a parasite that's stuck to the skin of Heupel and Hazel. They literally cannot stop doing it. Then again, though, I look at these two games. I look at all these games up on the screen right here, and I think to myself about how good our offense is. Because, boy, some of these offenses are awful. Texas and Kentucky still tied up here at 10 apiece. UCLA trying real hard to beat the month of October. Or I should say Maryland. They're the one with the problem. Missouri's still holding on by a thread. But Jordan Hare is somewhat alive at the current moment. I can't say alive because Jordan Hare hasn't been alive all season, but they're trying real hard. Prebula with the pass it is complete, but it's for a loss, and it'll be 4th down, and the Barn will get the ball back. Offensive play calling for both teams has left something to be desired in this half. I will say, I am surprised that Bama's trying to test the run game as much as they are, because they've been way more successful with letting Ty Simpson just sling the football. We got a true freshman back there. Might as well continue to abuse him and see if something happens. You might as well. I feel bad for Ty Redmond. Being a true freshman, he doesn't deserve to be thrown in that position, but they don't have a choice. They don't have anybody else to put there. Can you imagine if Heupel had the creativity like 21 and 22? I can. It's with Alex Golish, currently your front runner for the playoffs, at least in the G5, the G6. I mean, I keep forgetting it's G6 now because, well, look at the Pac-12. All right, well, here we go. 1st and 10 for Alabama at the 1-yard line. Best case scenario is a turnover here that turns into a touchdown. A decent case would be a safety, because at least we get points out of that, and that'd make it a 1-score game. Do something. Just do something. And make sure you stay aggressive. Here we go. First and 10, pass play, quick zone play, Ryan Williams first down. Great job. Zone coverage, soft zone coverage on the one time you couldn't have it. Tim Banks, yeah, great job, Tim Banks. Great job, Tim. Great job, buddy. Great job. Incredible job. They're at the 1 yard line and now you choose to get soft? Absolute complete freaking moron, dude. These guys, they don't know what they're doing. They can't, it's James Franklin 2.0. It's literally Neo James Franklin. They just can't coach in the big games. They just can't. Here's a handoff up the middle. Good for about maybe a little more than 6 yards. Jam Miller getting something going. But yeah, I'm just convinced. These guys can't coach in the big games. They can't. Second down and 4. 4 yards to go. Another handoff. Jam Miller tries to get it for himself. Up the gut. Maybe gets a yard. And it'll be third down and 3. Absolute. I mean, I don't care what happens throughout the rest of the drive. You could have done something there if you got aggressive. I mean, that's just so pathetic and sad to go with the zone coverage on that play. Unbelievable. Third down and 2. Let's see what we've got here. 4 receivers out. The crowd's getting loud. Man moving in motion. And, all right. Well, Bama just called a timeout, so they must have seen something that they didn't like. I'm not sure why you call a timeout there of all places, but they again they must. It was actually good old. It was Simpson that called that, so I'm interested to see why. For whatever it's worth, it must be something he saw. Whew, well, they are definitely putting in the work. I'll say that much. Could have been possibly tied right now. I know, right? We literally could have been tied right now. That's something I struggle to think about all the time. Let's see, what are we at? We're at 12. Okay. I had to make sure to update the Squiddy. Appreciate all you guys for being here, though. I know some of you are just in here to watch me suffer, and I can't blame you for that. But know that I appreciate your support. You're very, very thankful. I'm very, very thankful for all the people that are watching. Thankful for all the people who sent super chats tonight. You guys are awesome. Love you, each and every one of y'all. Maybe this week I'll get out Chaos a little bit sooner. I think we'd all like that, wouldn't we? I'd certainly like that. They couldn't hear the snap. Great. They got rattled at home. I still can't believe what happened on that play. It was just absolutely ridiculous. All right, Squid, how do we break the battered Vol syndrome, or is it living forever? It's living forever. The only way we break it is by breaking the curse, because I mentioned this right after the Georgia game. Back in '98, Tennessee made a deal with the devil to make Clint Stoerner fumble the football. The moment he did that, Tennessee basically shook hands with the devil and said, we didn't know what the deal was. We didn't know how much of a curse it would have been, but all we know is that it is affecting us on a daily basis, especially today. Especially today. The omen started with what happened with Tony Vitello, and then from that moment onward, we just all sort of had that feeling that something like this would happen today. And we don't really know what's going to happen from this point onward. Squids, days like these, I miss BVD. Yeah, I miss him too, man. I miss him too. I'm sure right now, even up in the heavens, I'm sure right now he's got a few choice of curse words to say about what's happening. I'm sure of it. All too sure of it. I'm a UTEP fan. My existence is pain and torture. Brother, you won. You won this week. Think about that for what it's worth. Not only did you win, I think you got Sam Houston in. You eliminated them from bowl eligibility and probably got their coach fired, depending on whatever happens. All right, well, here we go. This is 3rd down for Bama. 3rd down and 2. 4 receivers out for the Tide. Simpson all alone throws, got a man, 1st down, and a whole lot more. Nobody there to cover him. Good job, Tim Banks. Great job as always, buddy. Nobody in sight of that one. It's about time you guys just go ahead and sell the game because we're down to 4 minutes left in this quarter. The time is running short, and Tennessee down by 3 scores is pretty much waving the white flag. So you blitz there, Tim. You blitz there. You make sure to blitz on that play, but not when it actually mattered when they were pinned back at their 1-yard line. God, y'all, all of y'all suck. You can't coach in the big games. It's Brian Kelly 2.0. We're never going to win a title or anything close to that. We're never going to do it as long as we have this coaching staff. We're just not. 1st down and 10. Receiver in motion. Here's a bubble screen, pinned back all the way back. It's actually some trickery. We had him back there, breaks a tackle, they scoop the legs again, and they do it again. They did it 12 times. Are you serious? What type of tackling was that? And Jermaine Bernard back there. 3 guys were there to tackle him. They all missed him by scooping the legs. Ooh, I'm going to get you here. Ooh, one of these times you're going to go down. No, he's not. Dummies. Freaking idiots. All of you. Is that blamed on depth? Is that depth's fault? No, of course not. Of course not. Great, neutral zone infraction. Whoop-de-frickin-do. Watching Tennessee play is a football infraction. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. SEC level tackling, though. Different leagues tackling, and that's what you do. What a piss-poor excuse. Here's another screen. This is a running back screen. Breaks a tackle, gets a 1st down. Whoop-de-freaking-do. Another 1st down. Another one by breaking a tackle. Great. Woo! Woo! This is pathetic. Everything about this is so sad, man. This is just, everything is just wrong. Got dadgum Alex Grinch back there telling players how to tackle the football because nobody can do it. Pathetic, dude. We had 3 guys back there to make a play, and of course, none of them could do it. Outside run. He jumps over one guy, breaks another tackle. Woo, big shocker. Gets about 5 yards on the play. We need 12 people on the defense to bring down 1 Alabama running back. Wave the white flag and go the hell home. You guys can't coach in the big games. Your players aren't prepared. It's more of the same. This is just such a sad, pathetic excuse of a program. Ed Shadowbear, appreciate the 5, says Penn State lost to Iowa. This team is so cooked all in the year. Maybe you got the Tank Bowl coming up. Guess what? Another screen. Nobody's there to tackle him. He scoops the legs again, breaks another tackle. This is the worst defense I have ever seen in the country. This is by far the worst defense in the country. And if it's Tim Banks that's telling these guys to go for the legs on the tackles, fire him immediately. Trash. Absolute trash. Just such a gutless, pathetic effort from everybody. Supposed to come out in the second half and be something, and instead all you did was be failures. We got a D lineman down for the Vols. And that's the last thing we need is more injuries. Hope he's okay. No SEC championship for you? Yeah, no shit. I knew that well before. I knew that well before the season started. And you think it's bad now? Just wait until we get beat by Billy again. We're never getting rid of anybody. Heupel has some sort of attraction towards these coaches. He can't let them go. He can't. But you know what we can do? Ooh, we're going to scoop the legs. Hey, next time. Hey, if we ever, I'm telling you what, if we ever all meet up and we play a game of like flag football or something, if you guys are ever running and my job is to tackle you, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this and then watch you go past me. That's what I'm going to do. Talent fee, though. Don't forget. Don't forget that. Students are paying $100 per ticket just so we can watch all of our players that we paid for do this to Alabama wide receivers, and then watch them go right past us. We were doing a phenomenal job, guys. This is going to be a 99-yard drive for a touchdown, by the way. I just wanted to let you know that. And this is my fault because I had some sort of hope and expectation that you were going to get back into this one the moment you got that fumble, and everybody failed. Everybody. Rolling out of the pocket, Ty Simpson finds a man. Oh, go for the legs again. Oh, yeah! He went for the legs again. Let's go! Let's go! Touchdown, Alabama! I'm actually serious. I'm dead freaking serious. I am rooting for the Crimson Tide now. Beat the ever-loving brakes off of Tennessee. I genuinely mean it. I'm actually rooting for you guys at this point. I am. Legitimately. I'm not. This isn't a joke. This isn't me trying to be funny for comedic purposes. I'm rooting for you. Score 60, score 70, hell, put up 100. Beat the ever-living brakes off of this team and off of this program. Whatever it takes. Because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. We clearly we aren't paying enough money. Right, Danny? Right, Danny? We aren't paying enough money. Fraudulent-ass program. Please beat them. Please beat them worse than this. 30-13. I want to see more. Yeah, great job, Ty Redmond. Great job. This is exactly why we needed Jermon McCoy back as bad as we need him. He's the worst. Ty Redmond might be one of the worst offenders of the scoop tackling. Yeah, but it's everybody. It's everybody on the defense, with the exception of Colton Hood, of course. Colton Hood is the only one that actually knows how to tackle somebody. It's almost like Dion is a better head coach when it comes to that type of stuff. Crazy. Obase 2002, appreciate the 5, buddy, says, you may have the worst defense right now, but Syracuse has the worst offense right now. Like looking at age through the microscope. Sean Pinkerton, thank you for the 2, buddy, says, Chaos Week 8 thumbnail, scope the legs. Yeah, I will say this, first of all, Syracuse, yeah, their offense is an absolute atrocity. We sort of expected this. They're like Arizona State if... They're like Arizona State if they had to start Jeff Sims throughout the rest of the season. Instead, they thankfully got Sam Leavitt back. Syracuse did not get so fortunate. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, scoop the legs might actually end up being the thumbnail. I'm sick of this crap. And of course, we run a bubble screen. Why am I not surprised? Let's go, Bama. Roll Tide. Genuine. Roll Tide. Beat them worse. Beat that. I'm not. I want if whatever it takes to get this absolute clown fired, because I'm done with this. This is pathetic. This is just so stupid. And they shut that one down. Tried to run it up the middle. Good job, Bama. Good job. That's what I like to see. That'll end the third quarter 30-13. Need more. I need more. I need the Tide to punish them more. BVD is rolling over in his grave here and you say stuff like that. Yeah, well, I'm sure he's rolling over in his grave at the performance that we're witnessing here. If BVD were here right now, I can imagine that the words would be something along the lines of fucking bullshit, because that's what this is. This is FBS in its prime. Unbelievable. Let's update that bubble screen counter, though. What are we at? 7. I think we're at 7 now. Paying millions in NIL to watch our players scoop the legs in an attempt to tackle. A&M won, one of the few 7-0 teams. Yeah, no, they did. You are right about that. They did. At least Notre Dame or USC looks like a really good game still. 27-24. Boy, and Texas is having all kinds of struggles against Kentucky. Still 10-all, but there's only a minute left of the ball game, and they're in field goal range. Here on 3rd and 1. Handoff up the gut. They won't get it. He's short, and it's going to be they're going to have to probably kick the field goal. And if I'm Texas, that's exactly what I'm doing. You got all 3 timeouts. Kick the field goal. Kentucky, I don't think Kentucky's going down the field with a minute left. Oh, this is rich. Hold on. What? Yeah, Pilot. Good job, Pilot. Good job for paying more for this university. Good job. Made it the highest paid university in the country so we can watch all of our DBs scoop the legs in the world's most pathetic attempt at tackling. Just vomit inducing is what that is. Ay, ay, ay. Why isn't Arch torching them? Because it's Kentucky. That's why. One thing Kentucky does have is at least they've got a decent defense. It's their offense that's an atrocity. But I'm sure we're going to find a way to make whichever running back they trot out on the field next week, I'm sure we're going to make him look elite. I'm sure we're going to make him look like a superstar. Same goes for whichever quarterback they trot out. Is it Cutter Boley? Is it going to be Calzada? Who's it going to be? It's going to be somebody, I know that. Here's Aguilar on the pass. Looking for a man down the field. He will throw down the field. Oh, Kitzelman drops the football. He was literally wide open and he drops the football. Oh my goodness, this team is unserious as hell. This is unserious football we're watching here. My goodness. And Tennessee's, oh wow, we're just throwing out all the cards on the table. We're going for it on 4th and 4. You should stop him here. That'd be funny. Here's Aguilar rolling out. He actually got a man. Wow, holy crap. We finally have a man that can catch the ball. Mike Matthews got it. Whoop-de-freaking-do. You're down by a billion points. You're done. You're done. Even if you score here, so what? You got to get the onside kick because the defense ain't certainly doing nothing. Yeah, I figured the field goal was going to be good. It's 13-10 in that game. Auburn scored. They're up 14-10 going into the fourth quarter. And Iowa dadgum beat Penn State. And did they rush the field for that? They better not have rushed the field for that. That's not a game you rush the field for. Aguilar looking, trots down the field, still rolling. Now he's going to run for himself, slides down after maybe 2 or 3 yards. Squid, how are we talking about this shit Monday? In all honesty, I don't think we should. I don't think we should. But just let me do my yapping, and I'll have a few choice words to say about what's going on here, because this is bad. This is bad football we're watching here. 2nd down and 9, 4 wide. Says they're giving it to the running back. Bishop breaks 1 tackle. Still running. Still going. Gets quite a bit of yardage out of that. Deshaun Bishop with at least a really good run game. Yeah, I know it's our job. I'm obligated to talk about it, but nothing. This is the thing that bothers me so much, is that this is what I said after we got blown out by Ohio State. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change no matter what happens. And Bishop's down on the ground. He looks hurt, and I think it might be with his legs. I don't know if it's the hamstring injury again coming back up, but what I do know is that this could be a really big problem. I hope he's okay. Well, at least he gets up on his feet, and he's running, so that's good. Let him sit out for a few. In fact, you might as well just go ahead and let him sit out for the rest of the game. Unless if Tennessee scores here and makes it a 10-point game, the milkshake fund must be replenished by you crying over Tennessee losing once again. But, brother, I don't think the fund gets replenished whether or not I'm upset about us losing. Ay. Oh, this is bad. Will we ever beat Bama and Tuscaloosa ever again? I don't know. I don't think we ever will. I think this streak might last until the end of time. 1st down and 10 for the Vols, now inside the almost inside the 20. This run will do it. We'll do just that. Star Thomas gets about 7 yards out of that. Kentucky is almost in field goal range. You're telling me they're going to put this game into chaos overtime? Wouldn't that be a big-time shock? UCLA just went up on Maryland again. So it looks like the Terrapins are once again going to lose to the month of October. Joey Aguilar, clear disconnection right there. I don't know where Braylon Staley was. That nearly turned into another interception. 3rd down and 6 for Kentucky. They don't get it. They get really close. But it's going to be 4th down. 4th down and short. Third down and 4 for Tennessee. 4 receivers lined up. Pass play for Aguilar. Throws on the sideline. I think he got it. Yes, it is complete. Braylon Staley manages to catch it, and I don't know if that's a 1st down because he caught it, but the football never crossed the plane. Yeah, that's going to be 4th and short. I don't think it matters all that much because the time is ticking, and your defense has to lock in. I mean, I'll say this: if something insanely mouse happens in this next 12 minutes, I'll take back everything I said before. But that's only if some crazy mouse stuff happens, because it feels like season's on the line right here, and we're just blowing it. And they are going to review it to see where he stood, to see where he stands. Good grief, man. Funny stat, UCF finally got their first win in the month of October since 22, and it was their first ever win over West Virginia. Yeah, Rich Rod's in a bad way right now. Anyway, 14 seconds to go. Here's Kentucky with a 45-yard field goal to tie the ball game and effectively send this into OT. And here it is. The kick is up, and I don't know. He got it. Okay, it's good. It is good. Kentucky makes the 45-yarder, and with 9 seconds left, we have a tie ball game in Lexington. Boy, this would be the upset of the century and would pretty much turn the SEC on its heel for the most part. Because then there wouldn't be any, like, who would be the biggest dumpster fire in the SEC? It might be South Carolina in that case, but they beat Kentucky. Maybe it's Texas. Maybe Texas is the one. Who knows? It's the cycle of doo-doo. Everybody sucks every now and then. Bama can't keep getting away with this. Well, they do, and there ain't much you can do about it. I guess you can blame that one on the Tank Knowles because they blew their entire load on Alabama, then decided to forfeit the entire rest of the season. Thing is, their game's going to start pretty soon here. I think it's already started. What is it? 10:30 kickoff. Florida State and Stanford. That's almost a toilet bowl. The only thing that's keeping Florida State away from that is the fact that they're only 500. Yeah, okay, so they're going to start at any time. Florida State's a 17.5-point favorite. I would expect the Noles to win against Stanford. Because, man, imagine if they lose and they start out 0-4. Maybe they just go right back to being the Tank Knowles. Holy War looks pretty boring, though. 10-7, BYU up on Utah. Brooklyn Poke, shout out being member for 2 months. Says Patriot League Lafayette up 3-0 on 0-7 Oregon State. Not a shocker right there. Oregon State might actually, if they don't win this game, they might actually finish winless. And I'm surprised you even know that. The dadgum game's on the CW. But that's a worthy network for that one. And Notre Dame USC. I'm gonna have to keep a close tabs on that one. There's a lot of time for a review. Let's see what choice they make. They ruled it a first. Okay, first down, but the clock is ticking. 11:41 left to go in the ball game. Down by 3 scores. You pretty much got to lock in here, otherwise you're cooked. Here we go. Here's the handoff. Up the gut. Bishop gets 7 or 8 yards out of that run. Get everybody lined up on the field quick and fast. That's the best thing you can do. There ain't much else you can do. Here's a handoff again. Run up the gut. Bishop still trying to make his way. And he's down, but just about a yard short of it's good enough for the first down at the bare minimum. There's that going for him at least. First and goal. Under 11 minutes left to go. Here's a handoff once again. Bishop pushes his way, and that is good enough for the Tennessee touchdown. So at the bare minimum, we at least have that going for us. The odds don't look great. They don't. We're still gonna be down by 10 with 11 minutes left to go in the ball game. So our odds don't look all that spectacular, but once again, we are not dead. But now here's the problem. Here's the biggest problem. Now we gotta rely on the defense, and that's what's been letting us down all season. So I don't know. Oh no. Nico's down. And he's limping bad. Oh no. Well, that's really unfortunate for UCLA. That looks like a bad injury. I hope Nico's okay. You never like to see an injury in any given circumstance. So I do. I hope he's okay.
I feel like that's very obvious. But, I don't know what happened. I looked and he was down on the ground and they were picking him up and he was limping really bad. This is a 42-yard attempt for UCLA to go up by a touchdown, and they get it. It is good. Auburn made their own field goal earlier, so that's a touchdown level game. All right. Squid, after the loss to Georgia, do you think Lane leaning to Florida? It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a deal going on behind the scenes, and and after this game they've already got it in the makings. If something like that were to be the case, it wouldn't surprise me at all in any capacity, because that would be a Lane Kiffin move right there. And I think Florida's pretty desperate to want him gone. But after I don't know. After they won this game, I think I've got this feeling that Strickland's going to keep him around for more time. Chad, is this game over? By the powers that be, it absolutely should be. There's absolutely no reason that this game should be as close as it is. But I don't know. The defense looks so gassed. They can't make a tackle. They keep scooping the legs because some clown on our roster, on our coaching roster, told these players that was okay to do that. And until I see the defense get another stop, I'm not convinced of anything. And even if we do, we got the fumble earlier, and then all we did was throw 12 bubble screens, and we failed that miserably. It's just bad all around. Once again, just as always, complete lack of preparation against the team you already know is going to give you their all. It's the same thing I feel like is getting ready to happen with Florida in a couple of weeks. I feel like they're going to go into Gainesville completely unprepared, and Florida's going to smash them in the mouth early, and they'll never recover. This is the third time now we've seen this under Heupel. So I don't know when it's going to change, but I sure hope something changes soon. That would be very nice. So if Billy Napier beat Georgia, which they're not, how would the Florida fans take it? The same way they took the Texas. Well, actually, with Georgia, it's different. With Georgia, I think they'll take a lot of pride and happiness knowing that they ruined Georgia's season, even if they ruined theirs. Because I think at this point, they're probably keeping Billy around for a little while longer. Nothing's going to change that. All right, well, it's back on the defense, and we have to hope and pray that they don't do something incredibly stupid, which, again, what are the odds? What are the odds something like that doesn't happen? Who knows? We got to win out to make the college football playoffs. Oh, yeah, and the odds don't look great. We still got to play Kentucky on the road. We got to play Oklahoma, Florida on the road. We got to play Vandy. And Vandy, right now I'd say Vandy's the most intimidating team left. If I were Vegas, I would favor Vandy in that game, honestly, depending on how the rest of the season goes. I think Florida fans would just be mostly spending their time laughing at Georgia, because no Florida fans are happy when they beat Texas. They were sad because they knew that meant Billy was going to be around for longer. Good old Billy Napier. Anyway, 1st and 10 for the Tide here at the 25-yard line. Here's a handoff up the middle. Tennessee shuts that down immediately. Second down coming up. The clock will continue to go down. Under 11 minutes to go. 10:33, and the clock continues to tick, tick, tick. That's why that's why we desperately need like a 3 and out here to preserve as much clock as we possibly can.
So second down coming up. They're of course going to chew as much clock as they can. In the bunch formation, 3 receivers out. Man moving in motion. That's the tight end. Looks like Tennessee brings the blitz. Simpson rolling out of the pocket, all alone, plenty of time. Still running, looking for a man down the field, and eventually throws it out of bounds. Guess he wasn't able to find anybody. And now it's 3rd down and 10. 3rd down and Tim Banks' job. Let's see what kind of sanity he brings to the table on this one. I think all the Tennessee fans are crossing their fingers, relying on Tim Banks. Anytime you got to rely on that, it's already very, very scary. So here's 3rd down and 10. 10 minutes left to go. 4 receivers out. Simpson backed in the pocket, looking for a man down the field. Throws deep, and it's incomplete. Colton Hood forces the PI, though. And that's... Yep. This is what happens. This is what happens. That was not pass interference in any capacity, but this is the shit that happens when you leave it in the hands of SEC ref ball. This right here. That wasn't a catchable football, which makes it not pass interference, but the refs are going to call that anyway. Horrible call by the ref ball, and it's a first down for Bama. It was a bad call, but this is what happens when you leave it in the hands of the SEC refs. It's shit like this. You get what you deserve. That's the way I see it. Oh, no doubt. If that were a catchable ball, that's PI all day. But that wasn't catchable. Halfback toss. Get some yardage out of it. They scoop the legs, which means, of course, he's going to run for the first down. Good job. Great job scooping the legs as always. Go home. Go home. Just go home. Literally, just go the hell home. What are you doing? You're just getting out physicaled because you know you can't tackle him straight up. I don't know if it's because these players are just pansy asses or if it's because they've been told that's what they need to do, but it's the most pathetic version of tackling I've ever had to see. Under 10 minutes left to go in this ball game. Not looking great. Alabama's already out the 50. Simpson on the throw, looking for a man down the field. They're going to test the secondary again on a deep bomb. And it's incomplete. Flags thrown. Another pass interference. That's yet another one. Might as well just go ahead and test the secondary. What else you got to lose? Oh my goodness. Yep. Just too much contact on that one. You left this up to ref ball, Heupel. That's on you. Next time, why don't you work better on your clock management? I know that might be hard for you since this is the 4th time now this season you've been absolutely terrible with your clock management. And now Bama's doing a bubble screen. How is this one going to work? Oh, broken tackle, of course. Of course. We had him in the backfield, but of course, Perlade or whatever his name is gets beat. Jermaine Bernard gets a gain out of that. So if Tennessee doesn't come back and win with Memphis loss earlier, would this mean Tennessee would be 1-3 against school in Tennessee would be 1-3 against Alabama this year alone? Something like that. I don't know. I haven't been keeping tabs on it because really there's no point. Run up the middle. Horrible tackling. Oh my goodness. He stays on his feet. Colton Hood. He's able to at least bring them down, but they're in the red zone. So another first down for Bama. It's touchdown here effectively calls the ball game. Yeah. And of course, oh my goodness, bro. Just so awful. All they do is dive for the legs. That's all they do. It's like EA college football and you press the X button. It's useless. Here he goes again. Broken tackle, broken tackle, broken tackle, broken tackle. I mean, this is ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this. This is the guys we're paying all this money for? I mean, this is insane. I guess South Florida's going to run away with that 5th conference championship spot. Probably. And I'm glad for Alex Golish. Because the dude earned it. With the fight he put up, he absolutely earned it. 2nd and 1. Run up the middle. And that's going to be shut down. No gain there. It's going to be 3rd and short. We got this dude Sidney Walton out there. He's another true freshman DB. So we've literally got 2 freshman defensive backs out there. My goodness. I want to pull out my hair right now before my haircut. This is how mad you people are making me. 3rd down and 2. Man moving in motion. Bernard. This is actually huge if we can get this. Running out of the pocket. Looking for somebody down the field. Tries to... oh my goodness, we almost got the pick. Almost got the interception, but it is incomplete. It's going to be 4th and 2. They've got a big time decision right here to make. Very, very big decision. If I were Ty Simpson, I would have just run that. Bad choice by Homer Simpson there. And at least it's 4th down, but they could go for it here to effectively end this one. They did this ballsy stuff against Vandy, and that's what they're doing. They're going for it. Putting up all the big boys on the line. Here lined up in the bunch formation. Simpson rolling out of the pocket. Homer Simpson still all alone. Runs it for himself. We go for the legs. Breaks the tackle. 1st down. Great job. Great job. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. Yeah, that's going to do it. Congratulations to the Bama fans. You guys put up a hell of a fight tonight. You did. You guys put up a hell of a fight. And you should feel proud of yourselves. You've taken almost full control of the SEC with this one. Texas A&M still lies in your wake, but it's looking like you've got a free path to the SEC championship as long as you do what you're supposed to do. You know, congratulations on the win. It was it was a very, very bad self-inflicted loss on our end. It's nothing out of the ordinary, though. We do this crap every single time we play, y'all. You're our daddy. Daddy DeBoer. Congratulations to Daddy DeBoer on another win against Tennessee. And, of course, the Georgia fans are blowing up my mentions. What's new? What's changed? And Bama gets the touchdown, by the way. So, whoop-de-frickin-do. Once again, Tennessee completely unprepared for a matchup against Alabama. This is why they will always be our daddy. Even if we beat them, it's because they beat themselves. This is what we do every single year with these people. We always beat ourselves. They own us. You just have to accept it as fact at this point. I mean, that's what happens. This is what happens. You guys suck. So go ahead and light up your victory cigars. You guys absolutely earned it. Been a long year for y'all, I'm sure, having to hear from us. So go on, smoke your cigars. You absolutely earned it. Yep, 1998. Yep, great year. How about them Hawk Tuas? F Penn State.
Hey, man, good win for y'all. Goes to show that the Vols haven't played anybody. Yeah, of course. Well, 5-1 record, which is going to soon turn to 5-2, and those 5 wins came off of beating the worst teams ever in the history of history. Don't forget that. There ain't much I can do to defend this team, honestly. I'm going to try my damnedest to do it, but there ain't much I can do. This is just pathetic, man. I'm so sick of this. It's every year the same thing, just on repeat, time and time again. And at some point, something has got to change, but it won't. It never will. That's the thing. It never will. Heupel is emotionally connected to these coaches. They're never getting fired. Heupel will sooner get fired than Tim Banks or Willie Martinez or Joey Hazel or any of these other guys. It's never going to happen. And without elite coaches, it doesn't matter what type of talent fee you got. You won't ever be an elite program. You just won't. Ay. Well, this one hurts less than Georgia because I'm obviously way more angry about this one than I am the Georgia one, because we looked like we put our fight out there, but this is why they will always be our daddy. Same goes for Bama. Same goes for Florida. We're going to lose to them this year too. Don't forget that. All right. Dumb Gamers 22, appreciate the 5, buddy. Says, literally said that the worst thing to happen to Houston would be for Texas Tech to lose while I was at the Houston game. Got back from work and oh my God. Yeah, tough break for Houston. But they're 6-1, so that has to count for something. Good to see Nico's back out on the field, and he's driving UCLA down the field. 19 seconds left to go, and they're in positive territory now on Maryland. Omar Gonzalez, appreciate the 5, says, I trust TwitchCon security more than the Volunteers. They did a better job defending today. They did a way better job defending. And they just let the guy go. They just let him go. You know what I think the TwitchCon staff did? When, after Emiru, I think was her name, when she got, SA'd by this guy. When she got SA'd by this guy, and the Twitch staff, basically let this dude walk away, here's what they were doing. Here's what they were actually doing. They were trying to get him, but they were going like this, trying to scoop him by the legs, and then when he walked away, they just kind of stared at him for a minute, let him just go by. That's what they did. And then, of course, he walked away. And thankfully, I heard they got him later, because later's never coming with this Tennessee team. The only thing that's coming later is we get to watch DJ Lagway do the same thing. We get to watch DJ Lagway get 200 yards rushing on Tennessee's pathetic, just piece of crap of a defense. So I think at this point, I'm just rooting for Bama to just obliterate us at this point. I want them to score 70 on us, and I'm sad that they didn't, because if they did, that means maybe that would have been enough for somebody to get canned for it. Because I'm so sold out on these coaches, these coordinators who have no idea what they're doing when it comes to these big games. And with all the money, with all the crap that we're paying for this is pathetic. This is not we pay more than anybody else in the country, and all we get is just continuously cooked. Why? I'm just sick of it, dude. I'm just sick of it. And it all starts with these stupid coaches that think we gotta scoop them by the legs. Ooh. It's so dumb. Aguilar rolling out of the pocket, throws a deep bomb, and that's actually connected. Braylon Staley, at least Aguilar's trying to go out with some dignity. I can respect that.
Big game James Franklin energy has passed on to the entire NCAA. No, it's not just us. I mean, it's not just Tennessee, it's LSU too. But there are several programs right now that are living up to the James Franklin narrative for sure. And I think it's going to live longer for Tennessee than it is for anybody else. We're going to make it at the bare minimum, 2027? That means it's going to be almost 25 years the last time since we beat Bama in Tuscaloosa. And it'll be more than that. I think it'll be more like 50. I do. I don't think it's going to be 50, but I think that streak is going to get to 30 years. I do. This isn't an elite program. We're still behind. We're not an elite program. We're not. Pass play by Aguilar from the 25-yard line. Slant route incomplete. The flag is forced, though, and it looks to be defensive PI. Again, at least, I mean, I give credit to Aguilar in the offense for at least going down with a little bit of dignity here. But too little too late on trying to be aggressive. Yeah. Sorry I'm not interacting with the chat all that much. That's on me. Why can't I accept your Discord invite? I don't know. The only reason you wouldn't be able to is if you got banned. But it would tell you it would tell you, I think, if you were banned. Tennessee is clown of the week? No. We are not clown of the week. This is embarrassing, don't get me wrong, and we saved our spot for clown of the week when we play Florida, but we're not there yet. There's bigger clowns. Florida State still got to lose to Stanford. Don't forget that they're down by 3 already, and they're having to punt back to Stanford. So, and UCLA, they're gonna review this. But UCLA looks like they kicked the game-winning field goal over Maryland, but they still got everybody up on the on the sidelines. Here's Aguilar throwing to the end zone, incomplete. Staley goes down hard. Thankfully, does recover. God, what? I mean, I'm gonna run a poll anyway for Clown of the Week. But no, there are definitely some contenders. I think it might be BK. I think it's gonna be BK or it's gonna be Carson Beck. I think Carson Beck made a bigger fool out of himself than most other people. At least y'all will always have those free wins against Vanderbilt. Yeah, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Do not do that. 1998, great year. Very great year. 3rd down and 14, a freaking bubble screen. What are we up to now? I think we're up to 9. I think it's 10. I remember there was another one before that, so we're up to 10 bubble screens. Just a failure. My bad. That's not true.
All right.
Nobody did it.
All right.
Just forgot
Yeah.
to change the transition again because I can't do it manually anymore for whatever reason. I was trying to update the text and I had to transition in between that. My bad. October Maryland continues. Yep, this is Mike Loxley for you. That's 3 straight now that they've lost. In the month of October, who would have thunk it? Clown of the week has to be Memphis, a UAB goal line stand. Yeah, Memphis is definitely a contender. I will say that, because losing to a coachless UAB, especially off of that goal line stand, yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, 10 bubble screens, 20 points. Just this is what happens when you're not. This is exactly what happens when you're not prepared. It's this story again. 4th down and 11. Tennessee is going for it for some unforsaken reason, because for whatever reason they think that gives them a better chance. Bama's going to take their second timeout to think about it. I don't know why. Tennessee has a finishing problem. Yeah, they just like me, for real. Who said that? I didn't say that. I'm just kidding, by the way. Y'all think I've ever been in any sort of relationship like that? Y'all think I've ever seen some sort of experience like that? Come on. This has just been... I mean, think about it. The season started out so strong. Everything was so happy at first. Everything was so glorious. It was a legacy day for Squidtard. You had that. You had the side quest. You had everything. And then everything went to shit. Everything went to shit. Literally everything about everything just went to shit. All right. 4th down and 11. Aguilar going for it. Throws to the end zone. Well overthrown. Incomplete. Yeah, this is just pretty much a desperation heave. And there you have it. Bama fans are lighting up them cigars, and who can blame them? Congratulations on the win. You guys absolutely deserved it. We shot ourselves in the foot just way too many times, as we usually always do. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Just embarrassing. That's all there is to it. Why must every year be the same shite? Well, it's college football. And there's a lot of things guaranteed. Excuse me. See, there's reason number one as to why I've never had experience. Because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, and the best thing I have to show for it is my YouTube channel. But I have you guys to thank for that. I love y'all. I'm tired of Pop-Tart Bowl wins. Never get tired of the Pop-Tart Bowl. At least it's a bowl. Some of you aren't so lucky. 16 days until tip-off for basketball season, at least, to where we can't get past the Elite Eight if we make it that far. Oh yeah, no. Because don't forget, the Elite, once we get to the Elite Eight, it's the same story. The lights get too big and we fall off a cliff. The lights, it's literally, it's the same story as always with Tennessee. The lights get too big, we start coaching like pansies, and we fall off a cliff and die. That's what we do. That's our thing. This is what we do. This is it. Man, oh man. Sad day to be a volunteer, I know that for a fact. Just another it's just another it's another day of this. Another day, another self-inflicted loss. We just shank ourselves in the back. It continues time and time again. Nothing ever changes. It's like war. Yep, ain't that the truth. I'm waiting any minute for the A&M syndrome to kick in as well, my friend. Hey, you guys are 7-0. You're 7-0. The rest of the schedule from this point looks favorable. You're not wrong. You could find a way to just blow it in the worst way imaginable, but who knows at this point. The lights are brighter than expected. Tennessee, it's every year. It's the lights just too bright every year. Yep. And the worst part is, it's not over. It's not over. We got more games of this where we could find a way to piss it away in even worse fashion. And yeah, all the fans on Twitter are already running around saying, "Oh, at this point there needs to be some change in the administration." I keep telling you, I'm like, that's not happening. There's no change. This is gonna happen again. We're gonna come out with this same product the very next week. We're gonna somehow make Kentucky's useless ass offense look like the contenders for the playoffs. That's what we're gonna do next week. So get ready for that. Get ready. Kentucky fans, you witnessed Cutter Boley do absolutely nothing throughout the entirety of his time there. You get ready, because now he's going to come in. Now he's going to, next week when we stride our asses into Lexington, you know what he's going to do? He's going to run around us. He's going to throw on us. He's going to do whatever he wants. Hell, he almost did it we almost had was it Devin Leary, or who was it? Which quarterback was it last year who diced us up in Knoxville? Who knows at this rate? It is just bad all over the place. So yeah, we got to beat Kentucky, Oklahoma, Florida, and Vandy. You think I don't even know if we can win one of those games. We might finish 6-6. And if we do piss ourselves against Kentucky next week, and at that point, I will be rooting to lose out, because that might be the one thing that inspires some sort of change within the coaching staff. Because that's what it's going to take. Heupel is just way too hard-headed to fire any of these coaches for what we're seeing on the field. He's way too hard-headed. It's not going to happen. It's going to take a meltdown from this team in order for that to happen. That's what it's going to do. So we'll just see probably the same result next week. Bobby Hill strikes again. Yep. Good old Bobby Hill. At least we're not throwing bubble screens anymore. We somehow managed to get the ball back with 2 minutes to spare. They really shouldn't have to throw the ball on the 1 yard line, and that was entirely on Heupel. You run the ball first. No. Here's the thing. In the situation like that, with as much time as he had and only one timeout in his pocket, you pass it first, and if you don't get it, then you run the ball straight up the gut. Then if you don't get it, then you take your timeout, kick the field goal, and then it's a 6-point game. Instead, what happened was you run the ball first, use your timeout, and now Bama knows that you're going to do the trickery. You're going to do the pass play, because you have no choice now. And then of course, what's that resulted in? That Bama DB, I forgot his name. It resulted in him immediately reading the pass play, getting the pick six, and everything immediately going to shit right afterwards. I'm sick of Tim Banks getting rid of all of Rodney Garner's credit. Me too, man. Me too. Willie Martinez as well. Willie Martinez, he might be the one that's teaching all these defensive players to go for the legs every time. Because that's one thing I notice, is that like the big, strong defensive linemen, they don't do that. The defensive linemen, when you watch them tackle, they actually wrap a man up. They know how to tackle. It's when the DBs or the linebackers do it, is when everything goes to crap. That's when everything goes straight to shite, is when you see one of them try to tackle, because then they go down and they jump for the legs, or they scoop. They scoop for the legs. Oh, maybe he might trip some point or late, and then he never does. It might be Willie Martinez. And that I wish I knew, so that way I could just to go with that agenda for the entire rest of the season. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It'll be the same thing every single week. They'll all be back next year. everybody's going to come back the same, and we're going to get the same thing next season. We're probably going to piss ourselves against a team we're not supposed to. We're going to lose to Georgia. We're going to lose to this other team. Well, even if we make the playoffs, we'll go into the first round and immediately die. Hell, even if we make the playoffs this year by winning out, what do you think's going to happen? We're going to fall off a cliff and die. We do it every year. Too much money for this, man. Too much money. It would be one thing if we were like Indiana or Utah or one of these programs that's known to coach above their pay grade and do the best with the talent that they have. Like Missouri. Missouri is struggling on the road with Auburn. But when you think about it, Missouri has around the same level of talent as like an Auburn or one of the lower grade schools. And they're making it work. They're doing the best that they can. They almost beat Bama last week. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. We have more talent than most of the teams that we play on our schedule, and yet every single week we find a way to not only play down to our talent, but whenever we match up against even levels of talent, fall off a cliff and just shoot ourselves in the foot consistently. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating. And it makes us, it literally makes us, it makes us look like we're weaker than them. And we are. I think at this point we are, because Josh Heupel is not a top 10 coach. I don't know where people are getting this narrative from. He might have more wins because he's been around for long enough where he has that, but he's not. He's not a top 10 coach. He better come out with some responsibility in the press conference. I'll listen to it. I'll get the highlights from it because I want to know what he has to say as well. He better come out and basically tell it like it is. This is his fault. This is the coach's fault. This was a horribly coached game, but I'm sure what it's going to be is he's going to probably spend 10 minutes being silent. He's going to do that thing where he silently pouts about the refs for 10 minutes. It's going to be more of that again, where he just sits there and bitches about the refs the entire game, even though the refs aren't the reason you gave up 500 billion yards to Ty Simpson and let him run all over you. That's not the reason that happened. That's on you. And Aguilar is still fighting out there, trying to fight with some level of dignity, and I can respect that. But the only good that does for anybody is Tennessee. The only good that does is for Aguilar's stat padding, because other than that, it makes the score look closer than it is, and like, oh, we only lost by 9. We only lost by like 9 points. Why would we need to get rid of any coaches when we kept it close to Bama? You didn't. They dog walked the crap out of you. They're only playing so conservative because they know they've got it. Now they can just send whoever out there and have a grand old time. Everybody's already smoking the victory cigars. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if you score a touchdown here. I think Heupel gets a lot of mileage out of that natty he won quarterbacking for OU. Well, I mean, whatever he did as a quarterback, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, even Kenny Burns played football. Even Kenny Burns had some. I think he played at Minnesota. Kenny Burns gets a lot of credit for that 2019 year Minnesota had. And then look what happened when he became head coach. Auburn just choked again. That's not confirmed just yet. Although it's not looking good for him. Missouri is close to field goal range and with 24 seconds left to go. They can win the ball game like this. It must be a great day to be a Bama fan. Oh, absolutely. This is just a terrible day to be a Vol fan, though. I mean, just terrible. And think about it. The talent fee. Think about what the talent fee is paid for throughout today. The talent fee paid for Tony Vitello to go to the MLB for more money. The talent fee paid for Tennessee to get absolutely crushed and obliterated by Alabama again for the umpteenth time in a row. And I'm sure it'll pay next week too when Kentucky, we go into Lexington and somehow find a way to lose.
Jackson Kaiser offense reverted back to 2024. That's funny. But yeah, no, it did. It's the offense is literally the exact same as it was in 2024. And even if it wasn't, the defense has reverted back to 22. This team just does not. This could very well be the worst year that we had since year one. Because we could, like what? We could lose a lot of the remaining games that we have. If we beat Kentucky, great. We still got to play Oklahoma. We got to play Florida. We got to play Vandy. And the way things look, we may not win any of those games. And if we do, and we make the playoffs, I can only tell you guys one thing that's going to happen is we're going to get the road slate, and it's going to be against a team like maybe Ohio State if they lose to Michigan again, or it's going to be like an Indiana or somebody else, and they are going to steamroll us. They are going to roll over us big time. Indiana would absolutely obliterate this team. I don't even know why the Tennessee fans are still in attendance. I would have left the moment that pick six was thrown. That's what my parents did. They were watching it downstairs on the big TV. The moment they saw the pick six, literally halfway through, they turned the game off. Went upstairs. They're asleep. They don't care. Why would you? With the talent fee that we have, we should at least be competing with them, and we didn't do that. Aguilar, incomplete pass, 15 seconds left to go. This is literally just to make us feel better. Texas needs to be unranked after their performance today. I think they'll go down in the rankings because that was bad. That was not good at all. They got to go into overtime against one top 20 team. Yeah. I think that's good enough. Pushed it to the pylon, and I think he got it. No, he didn't. And unfortunately, Tennessee's out of timeouts, so... No, he can't even get it. Tennessee couldn't snap the ball in time, so... No garbage time touchdown for the Vols. Couldn't even play the soundboard one more time. Tough luck there. That's your final score, though. 37-20. Bama rolls over Tennessee once again. Back to the norm for the Crimson Tide. They're all too used to doing this, as we all know too well. Congratulations, they're 6-1. Now bowl eligible. All right. But yeah, to the Bama fans in here, which I'm sure there are plenty of you, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on reverting Tennessee back to the norm of getting our ass beat once again. More of the same on that note, but yeah, you guys deserve the win. We shot ourselves in the foot way too many times as per the norm. You guys did what you were supposed to, took care of business. The Tide has rolled again, and for once I'll play it for y'all. High Tide, High Tide, baby, High Tide. Yep. Vols have won the last 7, technically 5 meetings against Vandy. Heupel might legit get canned if he loses to Vandy, especially if it's a blowout. Heupel's not... No, they're too attached to Heupel, and I think at this point, if you're going to get rid of Heupel, you got to get rid of everybody around him, including Danny White. And again, for the story to end like that would just be so stupid, because then it would just be the same cycle on repeat. Even with all of the resources that we have, I'm sure we might just make a mistake along the way. I don't know. But that's going to do it. Yeah, Vols lose again. They got to win out at this rate in order to even make the playoffs. But 5 games down the stretch, most of which don't look winnable in any capacity based on how we look. I have no idea. And, God, I do think at that point, I don't know, man. It's the same mistakes over and over again. Heupel still can't figure out how to manage the clock. We play too soft on the road. The defense looks completely lost. Everything just looks bad. All the penalties, we're not making any adjustments. Now, again, that's nothing new with Heupel. We never make any adjustments, so expect to see this throughout the rest of the season. But
I think it's going to take a loss to Kentucky, Florida, or a blowout loss to Vandy in order for anything to actually change. Tis a shame. At the end of the day, that's all there is to it. So Tennessee has Mike Gundy syndrome, can't get anyone better, so you just stick to the devil, you know? They can get, I mean, I don't know if they can get better. Maybe. Who knows? I'm interested to see what happens with Penn State. You know, they've got to find somebody better. So Missouri must have missed the kick because now they're going into overtime, tied up at 17 apiece. God, I remember the last time this happened with Auburn and Missouri. Remember the last time that these two teams went to overtime? Oh Lord, that was one of the most brutal games I ever watched. I think I remember the game ended because I think the running back got all the way to the pylon, but then dropped the ball short. It was ruled a touchback, and I think that's how Missouri won the game. Oh, they picked it off. Oh, I didn't see that part. If Vandy loses at Neyland, they might actually rush the field. That's how bad it's going. If we rush the field for Vandy, the season's cooked. If we rush the field for Vandy, the program as a whole is just completely cooked. Well, at least it's over. I'm just glad. I'm glad it's over. I don't have to do it again until next week, and that does make me happy knowing that I don't have to deal with it until next week. Refs sold. Tennessee should have won. Well, I don't even know if I should read the rest of the comment after seeing that, because no, the refs did not. No, Tennessee should not have won that game. Those were way too many mistakes. We were just completely stupid. We blew so many opportunities. This was all a coaching problem. Just too many bad mistakes, man. That's all there was to it. All right. Ryan Prendall with the 2 says Texas needed overtime to beat Kentucky. Oh yeah, Texas is a flat out mess too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the entire SEC, besides a few a few select teams. I mean, it's not even just them. It's everybody. There are too many teams right now that just look weak and pathetic, and Tennessee unfortunately is one of them. But Bama looks strong. A&M looks strong. Ole Miss, if they manage to find a defense. Mickey Mouse is strong, unfortunately. Those teams, and Vandy looks great, man. They do. Yeah, but it's not going to take me. It's not going to take many more of these losses, in my mind, for the Tennessee fan base to completely turn on Danny White and the Tennessee, or basically the administration as a whole. LSU is trash. I don't know why they were ranked that high, because preseason rankings matter more than anything. Preseason rankings are very, very important. Slydorf, thank you for the 5, says, can't wait for the Super Tank Bowl between South Carolina and Clemson. Dabo Sweeney and Shane Beamer might get fired this season. I don't know if they'll get fired, but what I do know is that game will probably end up being a Tank Bowl, featured specifically on Disney XD. I'm super itchy all over the place. One thing I will say is I'm glad this happened this week. If the Arkansas and Bama game were reversed, and I had to witness this last week during what I had to deal with, I don't think I would have been able to survive. That it would have been an absolute nightmare. 6-4 Tennessee versus 4-7 Florida. Game of the century. It's just like the days of the early SEC. It would be just like the days of the 2015 SEC East. Terrible Florida team, terrible Tennessee team. Featured, might as well be on the CW. We're getting to that point. All right. Sound FX09, appreciate the 10, buddy. Says, is it just Georgia, Bama, and Vandy being the front runners for the SEC championship game? I don't trust A&M or Oklahoma. Texas looks bad. Ole Miss ran out of gas. Who else is there? Sorry, Squid. Well, I mean, right now the front runners. you mentioned you don't trust A&M, but right now they are the front runner for the conference. Bama's right, and Bama's right there too. Considering they don't have a conference loss, but those are the two teams right there. Until until A&M pisses it away like a lot of people expect, they are the front runner for the conference. Oh, wow. C.J. Williams off a reception touchdown. Stanford just took the lead on Florida State. FSU is in a bad way, too. Don't forget that. Oh, my goodness. Imagine being Florida State and losing in ACC after dark. I feel bad. I feel especially bad for the Seminole fans only because they had to wait all day until 10 p.m. for this. Most of the Florida State fans are probably asleep. I'd go to sleep after that too. Don't count OU out the way we're playing. Yeah, I think if John Mateer gets healthy, OU will become a contender again. So we'll see. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, True TV. TNT. I wouldn't mind it being on TNT. TNT football is actually not bad. They provide good commentary, good broadcast. CW is just torture. The CW is just torture because it literally breaks. It's not even just the CW network, literally the broadcasting on there breaks every time. It's an audio issue. It's a video issue. It literally looks like high school football broadcasting. It's bad in a bad way. Raising your child to be a Tennessee fan should be child abuse. No, I don't think it should be child abuse. But I think it's worth questioning. Will FSU be clown of the season again? I'm not sure. Probably not. I can't say for certain because, again, clown of the season, internal football factors definitely play a huge part in it. Like it did for Florida State last year, but it's also external factors. The main reason to me Florida State won clown of the season last year wasn't just because they went 2-10. It was all the circumstances revolving around it. You go to last year, the year before, or the year before that, and it was the 2023 playoffs. And, they cried all season about how they were snubbed from the playoffs and about how they wanted to leave the ACC and all of that, and the dog poop during the season. And all the complaining, all the crybaby routine, everything that led up to that moment right there where they went 2-10, that was truly what made them clown of the season. And right now, I think Penn State is the front runner. If I had to be honest with y'all, I think Penn State is your front runner. But there's definitely other teams there in that list. Clemson is one of them, obviously, because they look just as bad. Texas, if they continue to fall off, then they're right there too. They could end up being the same thing. End of the first overtime, Missouri and Auburn still tied up at 17 apiece. Ay, what a mess. Both of them missed the game. Both of them missed the game-winning field goal. Both of them ain't got a kicker. Where's your kicker? You're supposed to have one on scholarship every so often. And if you hear real close, they're still complaining about it to this day. Oh, for sure. They're going to be complaining about it until the end of time. Tennessee fans are on Twitter. Tell me this, guys. You guys think Josh Heupel is Tennessee's Mark Richt? None of those Georgia fans in here. The Georgia fans love to see us lose. So I'm sure some of you guys are in here telling me, is Josh Heupel our Mark Richt? We still got 100-something people in here. And I didn't even realize, but I got to update the gritty counter too. And believe it or not, we just hit it. We just hit it. We're just $1 over. So let me hit my depression, gritty. Oh my goodness. As I watch second overtime. I think I'll watch overtime here, and then whatever happens afterwards, that'll be that. Both of these teams, their offensive effort just looks atrocious. But I bet if Tennessee played one of them on the road, they'd find a way to outdo that. I said depression. Okay. Hit the squiddy for you. Yeah, Holy War is a fun one too. Considering how big the rivalry game is, yeah. But Utah's gonna need some big luck here. Down by three. They were the ones that scored. They got to give the ball back to BYU. I might switch to that one because it's unfortunately it's not on the multi-view, so I might be able to switch it though. Doesn't look like I can. Here we go. 3rd down and 10 for Missouri. They started 7 of 10 of 3rd down. Oh, they're 0 and 6 on 3rd down. They're going to take a timeout now. Tennessee would not beat Auburn and Jordan-Hare. Never said they would. I don't think Tennessee would beat anybody other than Mississippi State and Starkville. We needed overtime to do that, by the way. Yeah. I have a Mormon friend who despises BYU for some reason. I might be offering him my condolences if the Utes lose. Well, he might be a Utah fan. Just because you're a Mormon doesn't mean you're a BYU fan. Those things don't go hand in hand. Now, the other way, vice versa, that is the truth. If you're a BYU fan, you're more than likely probably a Mormon if you attended the school, because it's a Mormon school. Quick pass play. What a connection right there by Prebula. Extends the drive. I didn't think Mizzou had it in them. God, if they can't hold on in overtime here, this might be the game that does Hugh Freeze in. You know, at least there's volleyball on the screen right next to the Missouri-Auburn game. If nothing else, I get to look at some pretty girls while I watch this absolute pile of AIDS next to it. Nice little run right there by Prebula on the QB run, and it is good for about 5 or 6 yards. If Oregon State loses to Lafayette, which is a low-tier FCS team, will they go on Clown of the Week? The thing is about Oregon State, they're so pathetic. They're 0-7, so like them losing to Lafayette wouldn't really even be that much of a surprise. It really would not shock me all that much if they found a way to piss away that one too. And then go what? 0-8? Yeah. Unironically, UTEP volleyball is cooking this season. I'm glad UTEP's good in something. That's the thing. Everybody's got their one. Everybody's got their one sport. Everybody's got it. You know, like Tennessee. Well, Tennessee had baseball. That's over now. More than likely. I don't know. We'll see. Somebody give me. I'm not gonna bother looking at it. Hope that Auburn player's okay, by the way. But somebody give me a synopsis later on of what Heupel said. On what Josh Heupel said about everything, because I need to know. Because I just got an I guess an email saying that I get notifications for like every time there's like football stuff happening, and I just got notified about Heupel speaking in the press conference. I'd like to hear what Josh Heupel has to say. One thing I will say, I'm glad Shiano Sunday never turned out to be a thing. They just allowed 750 yards against Oregon. Bobby Jamison Travis. He's on his feet, so that's a good sign. Hope he's okay. Y'all still beat us in the Natty, though. I mean, we do have that. We do have that, but again, A&M right now, they're doing something in football, and that's the biggest one of the season, of course. Well, could be worse. We're not Penn State. The refs took everything for us. We'd be undefeated if it wasn't for the refs. Refs. I hate the refs. We wouldn't have won if it weren't the SEC bias and jet lag. Yeah, can't forget the jet lag. That too. Might be the bus lag. That might be it. I think it's the bus lag. Think about it. You can't win anything on the road. And men's hockey, the top three are about to be Michigan State, Western Michigan, and Michigan. Oh, yeah. The state of Michigan, hockey is literally their thing. It might be something about being up north with Michigan and hockey, but yeah, no, they absolutely own the entire state of hockey. You know, I knew we were done for. By the way, Mizzou touchdown. Prebula on the QB run gets Mizzou into the end zone, and now it's up to Auburn to score. But I knew we were cooked in this game the moment I realized. One of the commentators for this game was Greg McElroy of all people, and that dude literally cannot hide it. He is a full on Tennessee hater. Like, that dude literally hates Tennessee. He does. He doesn't even hide it. He straight up hates Tennessee. Orthodox and Baptist like liberty then, right? Yeah, I guess that's the way you could put it. The game was torture, and I have to deal with more torture at the Titans game tomorrow against them. Oh, you're a Titan. Oh, God. Ah! Well, my situation's not any better. I'm a Saints fan. We already lost to them, so have a good time. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. I get to enjoy. I don't even know who do they play tomorrow. Let's find out. Let's find out who gets to beat up on this low quality pile of. Oh, great, no Bears. The freaking Chicago Bears. We get to go into Chicago tomorrow and go down to 1-6. At least, you know, we can tank for somebody. Is there anybody to tank for? What quarterback is there to get? I don't know, but what do I know? Hi, Squid Man. Does Mississippi State look dumb AF right now? They never stopped looking dumb AF. I'll say that much first of all. But to answer your question, yes, they do look pretty dumb. Anybody that loses to Sunbelt Billy Napier looks pretty stupid. And that includes us when we eventually find a way to save his job once again. I'm a Jags fan, so I can't even watch them because London. I would say that's a good thing, but the Jags are actually pretty decent this year. Anthony Zeeb, literally the guy that appeared on our on the Twitch stream yesterday, he's a Jags fan, and he enjoys life right now. At least on Sundays, not on Saturdays, because he's a Florida fan. So he gets to enjoy Billy. he gets a good week of Billy Napier every time he comes onto the field. But yeah, Squid, at least you've seen a Super Bowl championship. I'm a Vikings fan, so you're welcome for that 2009 Saints season because Brett Favre was clown of the playoffs. Yeah, but you guys got your vengeance a couple of years later with the Stephon Diggs, of course. BYU managed to solidify their Holy War W. The Cougars remain undefeated off of that, don't they? Yeah. BYU 7-0. You know, you'd think eventually without Retzloff, they're going to fall down at some point, but they just keep winning. They just keep finding ways to win. But the latter half of the schedule, I feel like they're eventually going to trip up. Like they did it. They did it last year. They started like what, 8-0 or 9-0, and then I think it was 9-0. They started 9-0, and then they lost to Kansas at home, and then from there everything derailed. Oh my goodness! They pass it off to a lineman. Can he get there? Not even close. And fellas, that's it. That's your ball game. But there is flags on the play. This ain't over just yet. And it's an offensive penalty. I think it was a false start, whatever it was. Or no, it was an eligible receiver. So, yeah, that's your ball game. Missouri goes to 6-1, bowl eligible. They beat Auburn on the road. And ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion, I think this is the last we're going to see of Hugh Freeze. This was a very winnable game for them. And to lose to like this to Eli Drinkwitz. We stand on business. I'm Eli Drinkwitz. Yeah, Eli Drinkwitz. Oh, I'm standing on business right now. Oh my gosh, goodness, I'm standing on business so hard right now. The business is standing. Oh my goodness, I'm Eli Drinkwitz. Oh my goodness. Hey, you guys know what kind of train this is? This is a box train. This is like the Polar Express. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop. But yeah, I think this is the last we're gonna see of Hugh Freeze. I think he's getting fired tomorrow. I could be wrong. I'm way more confident about Bill O'Brien and Luke Fickell getting canned tomorrow. But I mean, this is bad. He's not. Auburn goes down to 0-4 in the conference, 0-4 in the SEC. So I think no matter what, because the rest of the schedule looks pretty damning, I think no matter what, they're probably going to be around the same Auburn team they were the last 2 years. I think at this point he's probably gone. So far, Eli was the closest to beating Bama this year in the SEC. Oh, put up a hell of a fight. But yeah, no, came down to the end right there. Just could not get it together. I mean, they were down 2 scores late. But yeah, no, things never got right for them. Alabama will do that to you. Kalen DeBoer's a great coach. Again, I don't know what happened in that Florida State game. It seems the Noles just completely blew their load on him because both teams have looked entirely different since. Thing is, I'm a college football fan. Despite the fact that Tennessee pissed the bed tonight, we're probably not going to win a national championship anytime soon or get anywhere close to it. I love college football, and I love watching all these other teams do their stuff. As long as Georgia ain't the national championship winner, I'll be happy with whatever happens because it's entertainment for me, entertainment for y'all, and it helps my channel grow. Today's been a great day for streaming, though. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. You're all wonderful people. We had at most, I think 300 people in here at one point, and I think that was right when the scoop and score happened. I think that's kind of where everything went to crap. And then from that point onward, you know the rest of the story. Tennessee really couldn't do much of anything. But no, we had a great stream tonight. A lot of great people. We got some new members. And Tenderhorn with the 5. Thank you, good sir. He says, at this point, I don't think Auburn has a coaching issue anymore. Not all of these coaches and not with all of these coaches and no achieved goals. I'd say it is a coaching issue because they just continuously get beat in these situations, in these clutch ball situations, and the absolutely pathetic play calling they bring on the table every single week in, week out. That this is on the coaching. It is. These are all winnable games against teams with even amounts of talent. Save for the Georgia game, but you can't go and blame all of that on the refs. And this certainly wasn't the refs' fault either. This wasn't the refs. They didn't lose because of the refs. But this is really bad for Auburn. I think we can all go ahead and agree on that. But yeah, and this was the first time I actually streamed on Twitch. And I mean, it's crazy because we actually had quite a few people commenting on that too. And I did not expect that. I will tell you, I did not expect that in any capacity. And I'm looking to see when I scratch my nose. Wow. Dude, that's not even a 5-second delay. That's like a 2-second delay. That's crazy. I'm not blaming the refs. I'm blaming the administration and the boosters. Oh, I didn't say you were. But yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely a problem too. The boosters are definitely a huge problem with Auburn as it stands. Alabama fans, all I got to say to you is please beat Georgia in the SEC championship. Well, hold on now because we don't know if that's who's going to be there. Also, Mr. Pink, appreciate you for becoming a soldier of Tardaria. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a channel member. I feel like eventually what I'm going to do for you guys is you guys are all very loyal with becoming channel members. I think, again, I don't know if I'm going to do this next week, but I'm thinking about doing 2 streams in one and just streaming for you guys the entire day. And one of them would be the public stream like here. It would be the Tennessee game for obvious reasons, but then I could stream another game for you guys like in a different time slate, but it's a members only stream. Would you I'm thinking about doing that. You know, I'm not going to say anything unless there's a public announcement. If it does happen, then yeah, it'll absolutely be a public announcement. But more than likely, I'll probably end up doing that at some point. And I'll probably end up doing it during bowl season as well. Because I want to stream a lot of those games as well. But I also, you know, we'll see. We'll find out in due time. So stay tuned. Appreciate all you guys for being here. Thank you for watching this game with me, regardless of where the result that went down. It was an awful game for us, definitely. And I'll play the clown song on the way out. God save the talent fee! We gotta wait. Woo! Wee! 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 Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Guys, I really do appreciate all of you all for being here tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in. It's been a really, really fun stream. You know, I'm looking forward to the next one for sure, which will be sometime next week. You already know how that is. You all are all like I said, you know, you guys are all phenomenal people, and I appreciate you all for taking the time to be here. And thank you to those of you who are on Twitch. I'll be live consistently over on Twitch, or at least I'll try and make a schedule for it. That's the plan because, you know, I'm thinking about getting into more gaming streams. And I wanted you guys to be a part of that as well. So, yeah, go follow the Twitch if you haven't already, because I'll be streaming over there consistently on at least semi-consistent basis. Once the chaos, because there's a lot of chaos. Once all the chaos stops, I'll probably plan on doing something with that as well. So I appreciate, again, you guys are all wonderful people for being in here tonight. I thank you all again. I've got nothing else to say other than appreciate all of you that sent the super chats and the donations, and those of you new members that joined. And
Yeah, I see FSU is getting kicked, their booty cheeks clapped by the trees. Womp womp is all I really got to say to that. But that's all I got for you guys. Love each and every one of y'all. And fire Tim Banks, even though it's probably never going to happen because Hypel loves him some Tim Banks action. I can't really do much about that other than hope that things change. We'll see you all on Monday for the FBS report for those of you not interested in the gaming streams. And that's all I got for y'all. Until the next one, appreciate y'all for watching. And as always, regardless of how my Vols look, power to Tardaria. And I'll check with y'all next time. And thank you to Mr. Pink for upgrading to Captain of Tardaria. Thank you very much. You're a great individual. Love you, buddy. Power to Tardaria.
Alabama! Primo, Alabama!
This is college football at its absolute best.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
Don't do that.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.